Good morning, Porthleven. How lovely to see so many of you here today for the first demo of the day. Ooh. And, you know, you might notice that actually we've had a change in staff today, haven't we, for the first demo on the Saturday? We've got Jude.
That was a bit lukewarm, but thank you,
Yeah.
Come up and get a roti john in a minute. That'll be fun.
There's going to be no voting today, and, you know, none of this, how many dishes can we make from all of the ingredients. But instead of Anthony, we've got my absolute food hero, Tom Brown.
Hooray! There we go.
And not only on top of that, I mean, we've got a feast this morning. We've got the bearded barman, Chris, who's going to be doing some breakfast cocktails as well. So how brilliant. And so this isn't the first day of the demos. It's the second day. This is a new thing for the festival.
It is.
How did it all go?
So yesterday we opened up here, which is great. So it's the second time we've done Fridays and slowly getting better and busier. I think the forecast didn't really help because it sounded like it was going to rain, but it was just glorious sunshine. And I did predict that, didn't I? Did you see it? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And I was quite surprised myself that it was gorgeous. So, yeah, brilliant. But it was a great start. Great start.
So, Tom, I'm sorry. It's the excitement. I know. So, Tom, it's lovely you're in your home county. And, I mean, it is years since you've been back here, isn't it?
Do you know what? I've been back for 2 years. I worked out yesterday. So, yeah, it's been a little while, but it's good to be back. Obviously, Porthleven's beautiful and that, so... Got to see my mum yesterday, bless her. So she couldn't be bothered to come today, though. I'm not joking. Seriously, I go to her, oh, yeah, I'm having dinner with Jude on Friday. I was like, see if you can come in. She's like, oh, yeah, I'd love to come to that. Yeah, the free food. I was like, Mum, you coming tomorrow? No, I've seen you cook loads of times. So
oh.
Yeah. I saw that as well.
Shocking.
Yeah, it was very funny. It's very funny, yes. She was very happy last night. Her boy's in town, but... I asked her the same thing. Are you going to see him tomorrow with me? Just, can't be bothered.
You know. And she's a social worker, do you know what I mean? On top of it all. So.
But in that time, Tom, I mean, you've gone from Cornerstone to Pearly Queen as well. I mean, it has been an incredibly busy time for you, hasn't it?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just doing bits behind you. It's been really busy, but like we've got a great team and all that. So, you know, it's. We just do it to ourselves, though, chefs. You know what I mean? We just can't sit still. No. There was a point where I was like, Cornerstone was like running really well, and I was like getting a good bit of time off at home and like having an actual life. And then I was just like, do you know what? I'm going to open a second restaurant. I couldn't do it anymore. So yeah, I need the stress, I think.
But you started off in Cornwall, Nathan Outlaw. You cooked there, didn't you? So. Yeah. This must be lovely to sort of have a bit of a homecoming.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, for me, I think to this when you want to come and see your family, it's lucky, and it's beautiful. So.
And your friends, of course.
And my friends.
And your friends,
yeah,
and your course.
Yeah,
yes,
of course.
Of
I thought that's the main reason why you're here.
So, Jude, you have quite a deftly filleted that turbot.
Did you see that? So that was the biggest turbot I've ever seen. So I did say to them I wanted a fish to... for ceviche, give me the freshest fish you got. I said only one bowl, and they gave me the biggest turbot in the world. There it is, the biggest beast you'll ever see.
Amazing.
And this is the king of the sea. It's a wonderful fish. It's not on the floor, don't worry, it's in a tray. I will treat it with respect. And so basically today, we've only got, rather than the 14 dishes we normally do, don't be like that, they're 14 delicious dishes.
It was very difficult keeping on top of it, actually.
Well, try cooking it, definitely. You're just sitting there commentating. It's kind of like a race commentator. Watching these two guys speeding around the...
So what dishes are you going to do today, then?
So I've got a turbot ceviche, which is... You know what ceviche is? Just a marinated seafood dish. So today I'm using turbot. I'm going to use some lovely ingredients that I like, personally. The nimbin dashi, you know this very well, Chefy.
Liquid flavour, that one.
It is. So dashi is a bonito stock, basically. I don't want to bore you with it. It's got kelp and all sorts. White soy sauce, some wild garlic oil, some yuzu, which is a Japanese citrus. It's got... it tastes like nectarine grapefruit, unbelievably perfumed. I've got something called mackerel dressing, don't look at that. It's, it's actually a stock and some lime juice. And then I'm going to get these vegetables, going to cut them up. They're going to be nice, fresh and crunchy. I'm going to marinate that up, and that's dish one. And then dish two is a classic laksa, which is all these dishes are matched with Chris. So Chris is doing all these cocktails. He sent us the cocktails he wants to do. Apparently breakfast cocktails. I don't know who drinks cocktails at breakfast, and that's a nasty rimmer, it's me. Yeah, it is. Well, it is just about 11:30, Tom, so let's get cracking.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we're just basically matching these dishes with his cocktails.
Perfect. Okay, well, you carry on with that. So, Tom, what are you preparing today?
So I'm going to do a couple of dishes from Pearly Queen. So I've got some beautiful oysters here. So I'm going to do crispy buffalo oysters. So everyone's had buffalo wings at the chicken shop, yeah? You know, Paul has, he knows. Yeah, you know. So nice spicy sauce and then a little bit of ranch dressing over the top. Really, really nice. Really good way for people who... It's the oysters for people that don't like oysters, basically. And then I'm cooking a bit of cuttlefish here. So I've got a nice bit of cuttlefish poaching off here slowly because it takes a long time to cook. And I'm going to grill that with on some skewers. A little bit like char siu pork. You had char siu pork before. But I'm making my own hoisin from this lovely green rhubarb. So rhubarb hoisin. Super easy as well, both of these. So anyone, if you're paying attention, you might be able to learn.
I'm definitely paying attention.
You know what I mean?
I had a buffalo oyster.
Notes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like the buffalo oyster. I went to Pearly Queen a couple of weeks ago. It was phenomenal. I mean, absolutely loved it. Yeah, it's brilliant.
He's nice, isn't he?
So, Tom, how do you share your time between Cornerstone and Pearly Queen?
To be honest, I'm at Pearly Queen a lot more because, you know, it's a new business. Cornerstone is very, very well established now. Like, we've got a fantastic team. I've got James there. He's the head chef. He's been with me for 5 years now. So yeah, so we've got a team that really do it, and so yeah, I mean, I've been over there a little bit this week actually, and he'll just go, oh yeah, I've got this dish that I want to put on the menu, and you know, normally like there's a development process, you taste it, you talk about it. He just put it up for me the other day. I was like, yeah, no, and he was like, do you want me to change anything else? No, it's really, just put a really nice profit margin on it. But no, he's a brilliant chef, and like we're very lucky to have a team that has sort of let me do it over there. And Pearly's nice because I'm really enjoying it over there actually, to have a bit of like freedom with cookery, if you know what I mean. Like sometimes I think with Cornerstone we've got such a format and such a sort of established repertoire in that it's hard to, sometimes you can't just go, right, we're going to do this, something sort of, you know, mental, like char siu cuttlefish or something. You can't do things like that, whereas over there I can kind of just have a bit more freedom in a way, I guess, you know, without all that sort of the blanket of like Michelin and all those sorts of things to worry about, which is really exciting.
Oh, that's beautiful, mate. And the service was superb. Those buffalo oysters that he's about to make, it's quite annoying because I ordered some and I ordered some other dishes and I had to reorder the oysters because they're so good. They're amazing.
Yeah, they're like our most popular dessert actually. Like honestly, everyone just goes and has them for dessert.
So, Jude, you're making up this.
Salad, ceviche salad, basically.
Yeah, okay.
So what I've done is I've just added some lime juice. So a ceviche is cooked by using citrus. So the citrus
so the turbot is in there. You've cut up the turbot.
Absolutely.
Now, in with the lime juice, and then you're making this salad which will go alongside it.
Yeah, so it's going to add some herbaceousness. So I've got some coriander, some spring onions, but also that crunch that you're after. So I've got some red onions, green peppers, red peppers, cucumber. You can add whatever you like. You can put mango, avocado. The list goes on. It's really up to you. In fact, I just forgot to put the pineapple in there. I had it beside me and I forgot it. So I was going to have pineapple in there.
So, Chris, we were talking about the breakfast cocktails. What are you going to show us this morning?
So the guys are feverishly working away on prepping their 4 dishes, and the 4 drinks we've gone for. The things we're trying to balance against the food are things like acidity. We've also got texture in there as well. So I think what we're going to do is with the buffalo oysters, we've got a miso mezcal Bloody Maria. So this is the sort of Bloody Maria sauce in there. We've got red wine, passata, Worcestershire sauce, you can say it properly, lime juice, sriracha, and just trying to build that sort of heat and acidity and saltiness to it. And then what we've done is we've used white miso to wash the mezcal. Have a little smell of that. So it's smoky, umami, sweet. So that's going to be a nice tall drink, refreshing, spicy and hot to go with the buffalo oysters. We've also done a rhubarb gimlet. So Tom's got some rhubarb hoisin going on over there. And that is made using a discarded grapeskin vodka, Avalon Calvados, so apple brandy, and then the Nitor Rosé vermouth. And then we actually developed this cocktail for the guys over at Kotakai, and they're using the fresh poached rhubarb, which we then added some sugar to, some acidity, so citric acid, malic acid, and lactic acid to kind of balance that off there. Then we've got a milk punch, which is a really interesting style of cocktail. So we basically make a batch of matcha syrup. We've got a banana rum, coconut rum, and then white vermouth. And we split this with milk, and it has the effect of splitting the curds and the whey. And so you can imagine what it looks like when it kind of goes into the mix. And then this is what it comes out looking like, crystal clear. All of the whey has incorporated into the drink and given it loads and loads of texture. And then finally, we've got the fantastic St. Sydney gin, which is made, I think it's just 1.5 miles up the road, isn't it?
Yeah, there's wonderful stuff. It's from a chap, Gregor Richards, and his lovely girlfriend. And she's really important for I've forgotten her name, so excuse me. But wonderful product, and remember we tried it together, didn't we?
Yeah.
Greg will sit down this gin, and I thought, oh God, not another bloody gin. So it's bloody okay, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we tried it together, and Chris and I just happened to be together, and I said, oh, you got to try this. Apparently it's good. It's another blinking gin. I tried it, and it was just phenomenal. The aromatics and the everything about it is beautiful gin. So just when you thought I was getting out of gin,
yeah,
I'm back into it. So yeah.
And one of the key botanicals in this gin is kaffir lime leaf, which is going to really tie into the sort of oriental flavours of what Jude's making as well. And so we've blended that with a kumquat liqueur, so still sort of citrusy, orangey, and then in here we've got a lemongrass, kaffir lime and ginger syrup, and then that's going to be run through with some lemon juice. We'll shake that up and then top with soda water. It's going to be nice and oriental, refreshing and citrusy. So I'm watching these guys prep and realise that I've kind of done all mine beforehand and hoping that I can make all these drinks to come up at the same time as their dishes come up. So
I can say it's quite thirsty work, Chris.
So we'll get working on something now then. that was
I mean,
my hint.
your cocktail cabinet there is
rather
quite
hot under the collar here.
extensive, isn't it? What are you saying? Please, can you deliver a cocktail to me now
I didn't say
straight
anything.
away?
I just said it's hot work. That's all I can say.
No, I think that might be.
You can take it however you like, Chris.
So ginger going in there as
Ginger
well.
in there, the chili. Everyone else has been paying attention, apart from you, definitely.
No,
I'm afraid.
I really was. I was listening to the endless ingredients that are going to go into those cocktails.
Oh, well, in here I'm just going to season a little bit of white soy sauce, some wild garlic oil. Give it a good punch, rather than getting fresh garlic in there.
Do you make that oil yourself?
Yeah,
How do you do it then?
Well, it's basically I've got something called a Thermomix, which is cheating. So I put it in the blender. 2 parts oil to 1 part wild garlic. You measure it out. You weigh it out, I should say. And then I put it in my blender, put it to 60 degrees, let it blend, and you get this beautiful bright green oil. Oh, you guys can only see a bottle, but I see a lovely green oil. So I'm just seasoning this up, and I'm going to give this a little try in a bit. As you can see, the citrus, the lime, is already reacting with the turbot, and it's starting to change colour. Can you see that? I don't know if you know what to see.
Yeah, so it's going from that translucent colour to now sort of more white, isn't it? And that's
it
sort
is.
of cooked colour.
It is. So I'm going to leave that and get onto my Luxor, which is my other massive tray of ingredients.
Brilliant. Tom.
Can I ask a question, Jude?
Can you ask a question? Yes.
Do you often use turbot on a ceviche? No, genuinely, because I've never used it for a ceviche.
But you know, ceviche is
nice,
really, as a fantastic, ceviche is amazing. You want to use something firm, don't you? A really lovely firm white fish. Mackerel's actually delicious, but I think a firm white fish really takes that texture. It's big and chunky, so that citrus is great. The whole salad will sit better mouthfeel. So, yeah.
Nice.
Tom, how are you getting on with your dishes then?
I'm good, yeah. These ones are nice and easy, so it's good, yeah. But yeah, so I've just got my hoisin cooking down. I think a lot of people, because hoisin's always something that you just tend to buy, isn't it? You don't really see it. People tend not to make it very, very often, but it's such an easy recipe. So this one here's green rhubarb and a bit of apple in there, just for some body, just because when it blends it gets in nice. This is the finished article, by the way, so you can see it's that nice. I don't know if you can see it anyway. I'm at the back, can't see nothing, but
it's just such a deep
nice and
red
glossy.
colour, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah. So you cook it down with some peanut butter, miso, 5-spice, sugar, soy, and that's it. You literally chuck it all in a pot, cook it down, and blend it. I'll put a little bit of grenadine in at the end just to help with the colour. But it's really good. We tend to do it all through the year. So we started off doing it with like a crab bun at Cornerstone. So it's like a bao bun filled with crab, and then we serve it on the side like a seasonal hoisin. So rhubarb was the first one. It's currently on with pear. It's really nice pear hoisin. And then coming into the summer, we'll use raspberries. You want something a bit sour, because otherwise it can all be a little bit too sticky and too rich. But yeah, like the early season raspberries that are really sort of sour are lovely. Rhubarb's really good. It's a really good one for anyone to do at home.
And these cuttlefish,
Yes.
can you just show us them?
You lift that one up? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get some tongs. Don't know
Because,
where
you know,
I've
we,
been,
we
but-
think of cuttlefish as something you put in the budgie's cage, don't we?
Yeah, so...
But, you know, you
Yeah.
wouldn't be putting this in the budgie's... Look!
No, I mean, so this
Did
is...
you know that it looked like that?
So yeah, so cuttlefish is, for anyone who doesn't know, it's a for Daphne's benefit. It's like it's sort of
A cephalopod.
cephalopod is kind of a cross between a squid and an octopus, I would say. So they're really, really good. Super. Oh nice. So, just give
Hang
us,
on.
just
Cheers,
talk
cheers,
amongst
cheers.
yourselves for 5 minutes, please.
Hang on. How many glasses?
I'm so sorry. Here we go.
No, it's fine.
No,
I know
don't.
my place.
That
Go on, have a
is
go.
amazing. It's so delicious.
Yeah. So
What are you drinking there? Chris,
This
what?
is the Cafe Lime and Lemongrass Collins, so the St Sydney Gin, Fair Kumquat, lemongrass, Cafe Lime and ginger syrup, and then lemon juice, topped with soda water and garnished with a little Cafe Lime leaf circle on the top there.
There you go.
Can I just point out how cool these ice spheres look? They make it, they're more than just for aesthetics, they actually keep your drink colder and less diluted for longer. And these come from my friend up in Plymouth Ice Company. But they're a really good way to kind of elevate a cocktail with a little bit of a better aesthetic.
Luckily with me, that's never going to melt anyway.
Exactly,
I'm gonna
yeah.
drink
We'll
it
fill
quickly,
out 4 or
so
5
it's fine.
times before that starts to melt.
I like what you did there. Can I just point out something that's going to make me look clever? I like that. I like how you did that there. Nice little segue into it there.
Yeah.
So the cuttlefish is
Yeah.
cooking away, but it actually does take quite some time, doesn't it?
Yeah, so with squid or octopus or cuttlefish as well, there's 2 ways. So you either do really fast or you do really slow. So because I want to get a bit of colour when I grill it again, I'm going to cook it slowly first. So then what it is, it's already cooked, so it doesn't. You're just sort of reheating it, if you like. So what I do is just bring up a pot of salted water. Once it comes up to the boil, drop it in and just leave it just to poach. And then I don't know if everyone keeps seeing me keep touching it with my hands, but I'm just sort of feeling for how tender it is there. But yeah, no, it's a great product to use. Loads of them about in Britain.
We're not
There's-
great at eating them, though, are we?
No, I think, well, other than cod and salmon, British people don't tend to be good at eating seafood that much, you know what I mean? Like, but, you know, how many people here are eating genuine, like, gurnard or whiting
Yeah,
or
look,
hake
the arms
or
are
anything?
going on. You know, we're
Yeah.
in Cornwall,
Oh, good,
Tom.
perfect.
Come on.
Yeah, come on. But no, it's you know, there's so many nice seafood, and you know, as a restaurateur, it's cheap. It's a really cheap product, and it's delicious. It's so versatile. We use it in all different ways. I mean, we've done it with like mincing it down and doing it like bolognese, like in like a ragu. We've done it. We've used it for curries. We use it for all. I'll tell you one that we do at Cornerstone that's really nice with it actually is. So you've got 2 parts. So you've got the tentacles, and then you've got like the head. So like that. So that's the bit like, you know when you have calamari rings on a squid? It's like that. So what we do is layer them all up and vat pack it and freeze it. And then we slice it really thin on like a meat slicer. You get like ribbons. And then we use it like pasta. So we just cook it super, super quick. with like a nice sauce, and it comes out like pasta. It's really good, delicious stuff.
We've got that on our menu now.
Yeah. Jude's got that on special tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, we do. I mean, I've been borrowing Tom's recipes. He doesn't know that yet, but I've finally been rumbled.
Sharing. You've been sharing, Tom, haven't you?
Yeah.
So tell us about what you've done there and the sauce you're creating there.
So this is the famous laksa that we've had on the menu since day one. So it's a recipe that, my mum inspired. It's something that we'd have as a special dish if it was a celebration. I always ask for a laksa. So in here, I've just sorted off some onions, ginger, garlic, some lemongrass, kaffir lime leaves, and then we've got a laksa paste, which is made with chilies, again, ginger, galangal, tamarind paste, and red chilies. And I've added that with some fish stock, some coconut milk, and now I'm going to let that cook out, and I'm going to season it, and then I'm going to add all the little ingredients, all the hundreds of ingredients that we've got.
Good. So what, Chris, are you creating for the next couple of dishes?
Okay, so to go along with the next one we're doing is the rhubarb gimlet. So again, this is one that's actually on up at Kota Kai, if you have a chance up there to go drink some cocktails.
Here's £5 for you.
And basically, again, we wanted to highlight seasonality in the drink. So rhubarb, this one's kind of coming to the end now, but the rhubarb we get down here is so amazing. And the flavour in it and that natural acidity you get there, we wanted to kind of highlight that. So we're poaching it off, like adding it to water in a sous vide bag, cooking it off, poaching it, then straining it through, and it comes out nice and crystal clear as well, but it's retained all that colour and natural flavour, and then a little bit of sugar in there, and then some citric and malic acid to just kind of boost that acidity. Then the Avalon Calvados, the discarded grapes, and the fantastic... Who's drunk a lot of vermouth here? Who likes vermouth? Yeah? It's becoming more and more popular. And this on its own, even with soda water, is amazing. But the way it adds kind of bitterness and other herbs to this drink is fantastic. And then we're just garnishing with some little rhubarb ribbons. I went in there and stole some of Tom's prep earlier. Okay.
Oh, perfect. Nothing. Found it. So actually, mate.
I'll just keep them coming, yeah? Every 5 minutes.
You're double parked, I think it's called, isn't it?
Cheers.
And this is just temptation,
cheers,
isn't it?
cheers,
Right
cheers,
over
yeah.
my nose, thanks.
Yeah,
This is how today's going to be, isn't it?
I'm feeling very wanted.
this is delicious.
Is it?
Oh, you should get one.
Yeah, definitely.
You
It
come to
makes you feel
Kota Kai
any better.
later, I'll charge you £10 for one. So.
Brilliant.
Sorry, would you like to try it?
So
It's delicious.
no, I will in a minute, yeah. Just need to be able to talk on my way through this demonstration. So, Tom, you're doing these skewers now.
Yeah. So I'm just now that it's cooked down and all nice and tender, I'm just layering up this. So I'm going to do a bit of the head, bit of the leg, and then what I'm going to do, you can see that, it's really nice. So I cut it up like that rather than doing like a big one, because whenever you want to get like caramelisation, you want edges. So it's like, you think about it, if you make a roast potato, you want it nice and crispy, you want to cut them so you get all the nice sharp edges, right? Same sort of thing like this. You want all that surface area where you can get little bits of caramelisation, and all the little bits on the tentacles go all crispy, and it's all lovely. They are nice. I know people get a bit funny about tentacles, don't they? Emily? But yeah, they're really good.
So that laksa's coming along nicely.
So you've added the shellfish.
So I've got a mix of squid, octopus, some bits of fish that we would have prepped. So today they prepped some hake, so that's gone into there. Some mussels, some prawns, and really it's just like anything you can find in the seas. They're basically in this pot right now.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And Jude, you said that this is a dish that's been on the menu since you began. Is it still as popular?
It is. In fact, it went crazy because Jeremy Clarkson came in for lunch, and he wrote
sorry,
about
let's just drop that
Drop
name
that one
again.
in there. So you put that in there. Jeremy said it was historical. I didn't mean it was that old. No, not in that way. So that was so old.
He didn't mean
it was,
hysterical.
No, hysterical. You're so.
Sorry.
But no, it's. But yeah, so he loved it, and after he said how much he enjoyed it, it just went crazy. I mean, just sold laksa after laksa, and it's
So it's
insane.
staying on the menu.
It is until Jeremy says it's not.
Okay.
And that's it. Yeah, and then Jeremy rules basically. Apparently, it does help.
So here we go. You've got that hoisin.
Yeah, so I'm just marinating all that up. So it's just going to sit in the hoisin, get all nice and let all the flavours sort of get to know each other a little bit. Get that there, and then that's ready to grill up in a bit. So yeah, I'll sort of hold that. Look at that, eh? That look good. It's nice, that.
I'm sorry
You could do that, and I
can't
mean, like
taste
this.
the food today.
This is. Oh yeah, sorry. But yeah, this is a great one if you were going to do it. I mean, you could do this with like pork belly. It would be beautiful. Even some chicken, whatever. It would be some bits of like, I don't know, monkfish or whatever. It's a really, really versatile one. Really good. I should open some oysters now, I reckon.
Yes, please.
So, Tom, have you got any further ambitions to open any other restaurants now that you've got Cornerstone and Pearly Queen?
Yeah.
Is that enough for the time being?
No, no. I definitely want to do more. There's other parts of London that I'd love to sort of get in, because I think the thing with London is everywhere is so unique in its own area. Do you know what I mean? All the different boroughs. You know, Shoreditch is so different to Mayfair, and Mayfair is so different to Notting Hill, and you know, we can tailor menus to it and just keep doing it. I mean, just want to keep going and going, really, to be honest.
Right, so you're finishing off.
I am. I'm
your
just.
dish.
Well, it's not too far away, actually.
No, I know.
Am I on time? I know you're.
Yeah,
quite
you're doing very
you're
well,
a stickler
actually.
for time.
Not bad for you.
Yeah.
You've also deep fried some prawns, haven't you?
That's going to go on top of the Luxor.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Tom is preparing the oysters.
Yeah.
Can I just say, my girlfriend's probably just noticed that I saw her coconut bowl. It went missing today. I thought, oh yeah, I'm doing a ceviche, and I saw this coconut bowl that you're coming with me. Did you notice? Yeah. I'll hear from her later about it. That's fine.
Do 3 of these.
Tom, you were talking to me last night about where you get your oysters from for Pearly Queen and how much of a connection you have with the guy that farms them.
Yeah, so we buy all ours from Carlingford Lock in Ireland. Amazing place. I've been over there to visit the guys that run the farm. So it's this lovely couple, Kian and Mary, who are just like the sweetest, like nicest people you've ever met. They're just so lovely, and they're so invested. It genuinely means the world to them that we use their produce. Like, they're so happy to see their stuff being used, and they're so proud of it. It's a family business. So Kian's dad started the farm 30 years ago, and they've kept it going now. And like their children are all like the daughters at uni doing like marine biology and things to keep the farm going and to keep all these like sustainable practices, which, as we all know, is so important now. You know, it's such a thing, especially with seafood, that we all need to be more considerate of. So to use those is great. And I mean, you know, if you get an oyster, right, so see this oyster here, yeah? So that will have come, what they do is they buy what's called oyster seed. So they'll go it's the south of France, because they don't spawn in the water over here because it's too cold. So they only like it when it's warm. So they'll go and buy, say, like 2 million seed, put them in a net on the beds, flip it every day, pull all the weed out, get rid of them. So to get an oyster from seed to that is 4 years. So every time you eat an oyster, 4 years. And what do we buy an oyster for? Like 80p, isn't it?
I don't tell people.
So if you, he's right.
Of course you don't.
No, he's done me there, yeah.
What do you sell
Not
them
his son,
for?
Tom. It's okay for you.
But no,
Can you
so
stay
say
here?
it's 80p, which obviously we pay a lot more than that normally. And that's
Tom
4
is 80p.
years.
For me, it's like £3.
That's
I think.
that's 20p a year that goes into this oyster. Do you know what I mean? So if you think about that, there's so much work, and it's literally like they're out there every single day. So yeah, I mean, I've got a huge amount of love and respect for them over there.
They're
How
amazing, yeah.
important is that to your restaurants, Tom? You know, the provenance of the produce that you get, and knowing the people who are farming or who are producing the things for you.
I mean, it is genuinely everything. Like, especially with this food we do. I mean, you look how simple these things are. I mean, you know, you've got a little bit of cuttlefish with some sauce. Now, if that cuttlefish isn't spot on, then what have we got? Same with the oysters. If they're not good, and also like, we at restaurants, we pay out a huge amount of money to and put so much of our time in to the food that we do. So why would we want to give our money to people that we don't, care about? And my rule is, if I won't go for a pint with them, I'm not going to buy anything off them. Absolutely, so I think that's sort of quite a good philosophy, really.
Absolutely, it's the same for me, because you want to support the good guys, don't you? You really want to do the people that look after you. You look after them, they look after you, and it's very key for me. I don't change my suppliers. We build a relationship over years, and in return, if I'm ever in trouble, they come and help. They always do, and I think that's the whole thing about building a relationship with your team of suppliers. Yeah, it's really important, and growers.
So here we are.
Oh, just about.
Okay, yeah, you've got to get the prawns.
Yeah, I got some prawns. And yeah, I'm not too far away actually. Now I'm going to sit there and drink some cocktails with Chris.
Yeah, thanks very much for that.
It's my plan.
And Tom, you're now doing the oysters, so...
Yep, so I've just shot those there, and now I'm just going to run them through. Classic one, flour, egg and breadcrumb. Get that nice crispy coating on them. That nice deep fried one. Yeah, it's a lovely one. It's probably sort of our most popular one over at Pearly Queen. Really, really nice one. Like I say, super accessible for people that maybe are a bit nervous about oysters who've not tried them before. But yeah, it's just a really tasty, good one. I think there's something for me. I'm like, the older I get and sort of the more I cook, the more like classic and nostalgic I'm getting. So like for me, I don't want to go to a restaurant and be challenged. Do you know what I mean? Like I want to go and just eat things that are nice. I was talking to someone last night. And I was thinking, I'm probably the least foodie chef. You know when people say they're a foodie and they go out and they go, oh, I love the way this compliments and like listening to all this.
To me, basically.
No, but you love food.
I dinner at Coca last night, by the way. No, but like I love food, but like I love just going out and eating good food. I don't want a waiter to stand there for 10 minutes telling me why I have to like it. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? It should just be nice, right? It should just be good.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's the trend with food at the moment as well. It's, obviously going to Tom's Pearly Queen was just amazing, absolutely delicious. But there's other places. Have you been to Fallow?
Yeah, Fallow's great. Yeah, really, really good.
Really great ingredients, done really simply, and layering those flavours. It's wonderful. And although you say like it always costs you Tom, 80p, and me £3,
this guy.
Of course.
And I'm closer to the source. But it's all about the time and effort you put into all your ingredients. So it's all about those wages and everything else that we make things taste the way they are. But I'm done.
Fabulous. Right, well, talk us through those dishes then.
So I've done my girlfriend's coconut bowl. So this is Pivy's coconut ceviche, and this is our seafood laksa. So in here we've got turbot, coconut, all the vegetables you saw: cucumbers, red peppers, green peppers, spring onions, chili, ginger, and lime.
It's just a wonderful colour, isn't it? Those bright greens and
that's it.
It's that.
And then the
wild
classic
garlic, and then the laksa.
Yeah,
classic. And then you've got your cocktails to go alongside. But I do believe that there's another one heading your way very shortly.
They'll start down in a minute.
Yeah, no.
So how are you doing,
Behind the scenes.
I'm good, yeah. So the oysters are in. Gee, did we get that blowtorch for the kettle?
Yeah.
If not, I'll just do it on here. So yeah, oysters are in, just deep frying. Again, very, very classic. And I'm just making a little ranch dressing here. So we've all had ranch dressing before, so cheers mate, nice one. So we got cheers, go on, you do something.
Oh yeah, no,
go on,
I get a bit nervous. You don't touch Tom's food. He's the king of seafood. I'm sitting here like blowtorching his cuttlefish.
No.
He'll be sitting there. Oh,
it's perfect.
So Tom, what have you put in your ranch
dressing?
So
ranch dressing, so you've got onion powder, garlic powder, sour cream, mayonnaise, some fresh herbs, and just a little pinch of salt. This is it's absolutely delicious, this one. So this is actually from a friend of mine, Gareth Ward, who's got an unbelievable restaurant called Innisfree in Wales.
Love it.
And it was.
Have you guys been there? Has anybody been there?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a couple. Oh, hey, Paul.
Yeah, you must have a good mortgage broker before you go
Yeah,
down.
exactly. Yeah.
Jesus.
Sorry,
It's not.
the kids' Christmas presents weren't the same.
Yeah,
after that.
all their Christmas
But it's
presents.
fantastic.
But no, yeah, and it's just, it was, we were sitting there, I was with my girlfriend, and we were sitting there eating, it was like a veal sweetbread with some caviar and ranch, and I've been wanting to do, we were opening Pearly Queen, and I was like, I've been wanting to do a fried oyster, and I was thinking like, you know, do we do katsu, whatever, and I was thinking, do you know what, this ranch is so good, so we did come up with the buffalo, and I think that's the thing when you're a chef, and like, you're creative, you go places and you taste things, and you just like, you know, you find inspiration from anywhere. I find it, I wake up in the middle of the night sometimes, I've dreamt about a dish, I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
I wake up and I've had a dream, and I'm like writing it down on my phone as soon as I wake up,
But
yeah.
we kind of magpie, don't we? You know, you find
Yeah, for sure.
ingredients, you go, wow, I love that ingredient. Maybe it'll go really well with something else. Or, you know, we've got to find the inspiration somewhere.
Yeah.
And,
So,
yeah,
Tom,
that's
would you
what's
say
on out.
that since you've been in London, your style of cooking has changed? I mean, you spent your sort of foundation years here in Cornwall, didn't you?
Yeah.
With some great names.
Of course, yeah. I mean, like I worked for some amazing people. Obviously, Nathan was a huge influence. Then before him was Paul Ripley, who I know you know. He's an amazing chef and great human being. Like huge influence in my life. And it took me to my first Arsenal game, by the way. So yeah, legend.
We won't mention that.
Arsenal.
But yeah, exactly. Yeah, come on,
Oh, well.
Daphne. Come on, Daphne. Yes, thank you over there.
Argyle.
10% discount, thingy. Your 10% discount at Kotakai tonight.
Yay!
You get a cocktail after all.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
But no, I
Turn
think
the mic off.
I think as much as you know, you take those influences, and I think the principles are still there. I think over the years, my cooking style is certainly quite different to you know when I worked with Nathan and that. But I think that's just, you know, the foundation is always going to be there. You're always going to have that foundation. So that's a buffalo there, all done.
That looks fabulous.
Look at that.
Delicious.
Next to
Proper.
I'm afraid it's only 3.
I don't.
I'm so sorry again, Daphne.
Daphne, you can have mine. You can have mine. Right now, I just need a plate for this.
What would you like, man?
I don't know, just like a big flat one. That'd do.
Yeah, that'll do. Well,
So
how
you-
about
There
a
we
C?
go. This
How about a
is
C
good
one?
you've
got this
blowtorched the cuttlefish.
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah.
that
What he
blowtorch is my tabletop barbecue that I was promised, actually. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so you wouldn't necessarily.
no,
blow
you
torch.
just what you want to get is that nice blackened sort of. See that? That looks lovely, doesn't it? I've nearly
Caramelised.
swore then.
Thank you, Chef.
But yeah, no worries. So yeah, so just finished up there, and then I'll have a spoon actually. I'll go for
Yeah,
a
man.
million spoons here.
Million spoons.
So then
There's
just a
10,000
little bit
spoons.
more of that hoisin.
Which
just
you've
to
already
finish.
marinated it in. As
So
well,
yeah, so
haven't
it's
you?
marinated in
lovely.
that, and then just a little bit more to finish.
And
then
just in
because
case you hadn't had enough cocktails, there's another one being delivered. Yes, cheers.
Okay. And then just finish that with a little bit of lime.
Bit of
and
lime.
then there's that one. There we go.
Ui.
Pop them up there.
Wow, what an array of
Brilliant.
dishes.
There we go.
Buffalo oysters. We've got that
Well, look at this.
cuttlefish.
Can you explain your lovely...
Yeah, and then talk us through the cocktails.
Okay, so with the Laksa, we've gone for the Oriental style citrus highball.
Oh, I had that one last night
with
as well,
the coconut and the ceviche, we've got the milk punch, with banana, matcha.
Love it.
Working behind the bar, when you see someone make, and so it must be in the kitchen, when you see someone make that face when they take the first sip or the first bite, you know you've nailed it.
Oh,
And then we've got the spicy, so that's the miso mezcal Bloody Maria to go with the buffalo oysters, and then finally the rhubarb gimlet to go with the rhubarb hoisin on the cuttlefish.
Wow.
There we go.
Thank you so much. What a brilliant demonstration. The first one. Thank you so much.
that's great.
Nice spread that, isn't it?
Yeah,
yeah,
lovely.
yeah.
So,
Love it, man.
the bearded barman, to Jude and to Tom
Well done,
as
mate.
Um,
well.
Thank you, mate.
Fabulous to see you in action. And the first demonstration for today, kicking us off on the second day. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely to see you here.
Thank you.
We'll be clearing down the kitchen, and then the next demo is Mick Smith, Stefan Delorme, and Ed Hughes as well.
Check. Mic 1, 2. Hello, Porthleven. No, it's Saturday morning. You've got to be louder than that. I'm really tired. Hello, Porthleven. That's better. I'm Daphne. I'm not Daphne. I'm Ed, by the way. I'm a beer sommelier. I think some of you might have seen me before. I talk about beer, and I'm seeing all these ingredients, right? And I'm here just sitting or standing and swilling a drink, just going, "Yeah, this is great. I've got the best job in the world." I have actually got the best job in the world, and I will introduce two friends, Stefan and Mick. They're going to cook some amazing stuff for you. Thank you, sir.
We
Thank
hope.
you.
We really
will. What are you cooking, Mick? You go
Okay,
first.
so I'm cooking two dishes I've never cooked before, so it should
Brilliant.
be interesting. I sort of just was in the restaurant, I just threw heaps of stuff into a box, and I thought, but it'll all come together. But basically I've got a nice bit of turbot. Turbot's just coming into season now, which is fantastic this time of the year for turbot. And also, when turbot comes into season, asparagus comes into season. So I'm going to be doing a dish. So the idea of this, we wanted to match some dishes with your lovely product.
I didn't ask Mick to do this, by the way.
I usually do it with wine, so this is a new challenge.
I love
It's good.
this.
So first of all, I think we're going to start with cider. So we've got your lovely cider.
Porthleven cider.
Cider,
Very
boy.
good.
We're very
That's
good at
30
the
years in
Cornish
Cornwall.
accent,
Yeah.
us two, you know.
Cornish accent.
Frenchman and Australian with Cornish accents, that's it. So the first dish I'm going to do is with the cider. So I'm going to be doing some lovely hand-dyed scallops, which are from Falmouth. And I'm going to be making a cider butter sauce with some wild sorrels, which I've foraged from around our restaurant, which is Porthminster Beach Cafe. Not sure if any of you have been there. It's on the other coast, smack bang on the beach there, and I've been there now for nearly 25 years.
You're practically local, boy.
I know, you can see the greys coming through strong in the bit. Yeah, so I'm going to be doing that, and then I'll move on, and I'm going to do a really hearty dish with the beer afterwards, with the offshore, I believe.
Indeed.
So I'm going to be using some cricket, chicken crumble with some dashi salt, packed full of flavour on that turbot. Turbot's quite meaty, so I'm going to put a lot of salty, big flavours with that to match with the beer.
Amazing. And I do mean this, right? When we can jump off on stage together, and I was like, "Mick, cook whatever you like, and I'll find a drink to pair it." It's like, no, I'm going to make dishes to go with the cider and the offshore. It's genuinely why I love my job. Stefan, it's like a little competition.
Just quickly, there is a big problem here, though, because we don't have these drinks in our hand like you do, so how are we meant to match the food?
Okay, I'll do that. I'll sort that for you, chef. Stefan, what are you going to cook, mate?
So I'm going to do monkfish, lovely monkfish, lot in French. So I'm going to do it with pearl barley because not many people cook with pearl barley, and I like pearl barley. I think it's underrated. Really, people use rice and pasta a lot, but pearl barley is good. It's full of vitamin, full of calcium. There's more fiber than pasta and rice in pearl barley. And they look nice and very pretty. Good, it's pretty. So it's the same idea as when you cook cocoa or white cocoa beans. So I'm going to cook them with some fish stock, some dashi, some of the cold
Colder.
So we do 50-50 cider and fish stock.
Oh, I better stop
and
that,
that's
please.
going to cook for 20 minutes. So you don't really need to soak the pearl barley. That's why I've got some there. I've soaked some, but it's just because it will take it quicker to cook, and we don't have much time. So otherwise you can just cook it like this.
How much time do we have?
I think they were running 10 minutes. I mean, Jude and Tom ran 10 minutes late.
Okay.
So surely, if Andy's on after us, we can run 10 minutes late or quarter of an hour.
sure.
Superb.
We'll say
They're always late. So the monkfish, the idea of the monkfish, I'm going to cook it on a bone. So the thing with monkfish, you've got to make sure all the skin is off. When you cook it, you just retract. So clean it very, very cleanly. Take all the skin off, and then I do a steak or a darn like you want. So the bone is still in the middle, and I'm just going to seal this fish, and then is going to be pan fried very quickly, and then I leave it rest, and I'm going to finish it with the barley, with the pearl barley.
So this isn't a loaded question, gents. Like, you're cooking with beer and cider.
Yep.
Like, usually, traditionally, it is wine to cook
Indeed.
with. What sort of, when it comes, for me, I love pairing beer and food because it's sort of my job. It's at the bottom of my emails and everything. Like, one of my hints and tips is use it as an ingredient, that's a natural pairing. Like, there's a lot of common sense when it comes to food and drink pairing. How does it sort of differ? Do you just make this up as you go along, or you know the flavours enough to work with the dishes?
Well, I think for me, something as soon as I think apples sometimes, I think scallops. I think there's a nice pairing, like hazelnuts. And when I had a little bit of the cold river, just before, I was like, there's a slight tang of that creaminess from a hazelnut, which would work quite well with it. And obviously, being apples, I think apples have always worked very well with scallops. Now, it's not apple season, and that's why I went out and went foraging for sorrel. And right around the coastline at the moment, you see heaps of this stuff, which is called common sorrel, growing everywhere. Now, to me, that tastes like almost like cooking apple skin. Mm-hmm. It's got. Do you want to try a bit and see how it goes with the cider? But so to me, that's what I was like. Well, apples aren't around. I have managed to grab an apple, but I'm going to use sorrel as that flavour compound because apples aren't quite in season yet. But obviously, it's very exciting. Apple is the grape of the UK, really. I mean, there's so many varieties of apples. And I think if we got into like later in the year, you can showcase so many different apples. But like I've turned towards sorrel a little bit because that's what's around now.
It's slightly tannic.
Yeah.
Like tannins from wine.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm going to be using through my sauce as well. Now, I'm just reducing this cider down now, and I'll put a little bit of leek in there just to plump up the flavour of the cider. So I'm going to reduce that right down for my sauce base. And then, like I said, I've never done this dish before, so I'm just trying to figure out what I'm going to do next.
Winging it, mate.
Yeah,
Winging it.
We'll see how we go. And what are you doing there then, Stefan? You got some lardon?
With the monkfish, I'm going to, in a pearl barley, I'm going to have some carrots, some mushrooms, some lardon, some asparagus, some samphire, and some fennel. So I'm just going to make the lardon that are blanched before very, very crispy, and then add it all together in the end. But instead of using butter, I'm trying to use less and less butter, because my body is a temple.
Fine.
Less butter, less cream. So I'm going to use white miso paste in the end as when you use butter.
I'm really sorry. I'm trying to use more and more butter. As you can see now, I bought
you
quite a bit.
You got the French thing.
Let's talk about your travels, Stefan.
Yeah.
What are you doing now, sir?
So now I'm doing a lot of moving about. I've been to your lovely country in December.
Yep.
I went to Australia to work. So there was I went to Mollymook, and I learned a lot because I know a lot about seafood in Cornwall, but in Australia the seafood is a bit different. The fish and the shellfish are. So it takes me a few days to get my.
It is better here, though, isn't it?
It's
more variety.
It's different. It's cheaper. It's cheaper here.
Is it?
It's expensive.
Not sure recently.
But I met this amazing guy in Sydney Market, the CEO of Sydney Market, who spent a lot of time with me and explained what was the difference, and we did a lot of testing. And what's your favorite fish in Australia?
Oh, I do like coral perch, and also blue-eye trevally. Those two stand out to me quite a bit. But there's a lot of things like barramundi, a very different fish over there to what we get over here. I think when I first came here, and sorry, just talk briefly about why I'm here with this Australian accent that's still here after 25 years, I can't shrug.
Strange, because I lost my French accent a long time ago.
That corner was perfect.
I think we're just stuck with it. I mean, you've been here longer than me, haven't you, Stefan?
25.
Yeah, I'm 24, something like that. You get lost after 20 years, it doesn't matter. But I think it actually shows something really amazing that an Australian and a man from France can come here and think that this is amazing for produce, for seafood, for everything. And I mean, obviously Stefan was with Rick Stein for many, many years. I've been at Porthleven Beach Cafe, and it's because we are so spoilt with product. It's incredible what we've got. And obviously, from that big bit of monkfish there, And like, I feel like I've cheated a little bit because I went into my kitchen and I said, okay, where's the scallops? Because I was going to do it all on stage. And where's my turbot? And the chefs had prepped it all already. And so I was like, oh, that kind of works all right. I'll just grab my fillet.
The monkfish is from Saint-Ives. Huh?
Is it? No?
Well, he's been packed in Saint-Ives.
Packed in Saint-Ives by Matthew Stevens.
Thanks, Matthew Stevens.
Thank you. It's a great fish supplier we both
But
use.
it's Cornish. He's a Cornish monkfish.
Exactly.
She was talking to me this morning. He was properly Cornish.
Good.
So monkfish, yeah. Do you know why it's called monkfish? Anybody know why it's called monkfish?
Oh, if anyone does, I reckon one of the
Anyone?
one of
Hand
the
up,
team's got a
anyone?
prize.
Yeah,
Oh,
anyone
yeah,
know why it's called
prize.
monkfish?
Come on, it's easy.
There's a lot of blank faces.
Is the name monkfish? The word is in it. So it's called monkfish because he was. They used to call it lobster of the poor. Nobody wanted to buy monkfish.
It was scampi, wasn't it?
Yeah,
That's what they used to use for scampi.
So
It's crazy.
nobody liked the look of the monkfish or was eating monkfish. They were giving monkfish away, and the poor people, so they call it lobster of the poor, but they were giving it to the monk. You know, because I go to church a lot. They used to give it to the monk, and that's why it's become monkfish, because the only people who was using it was the monk.
Did you notice when you were in Australia? Because one of the dishes that we do at Porthminster a lot is our monkfish curry. So when I was in Australia a few years ago, they do catch monkfish in Australia, but it all goes to the pet food areas. Like no one actually, it's not something, it's a slightly smaller species, but as soon as they catch it, it gets sent for pet food. It's crazy. And I think, like Stefan was saying earlier, monkfish used to be a kind of the poor man's version of other fish, but it's grown in reputation and popularity more recently, and it's very, very expensive now.
And that's it. When things grow with
Very
popularity, then it gets expensive.
Yeah.
So our sort of signature dish of Porthminster Beach Cafe is the monkfish curry. I'm like, oh, it's getting more expensive every year. How do we
It's
do?
not £10 a dish anymore.
Exactly.
But if you can't afford monkfish, if you don't want to use monkfish, there's a lot of fish you can use. Like for this dish, you can use whatever fish you want, really. But it's good to use. It's good to use meaty fish like gunned or dogfish. I know dogfish is strange because dogfish is everywhere in Ireland, and they don't use dogfish here or rock salmon as much in here. But so I'm going to finish it with mussels as well. I have some mussels in this dish.
Are you allowed to use dogfish, or is it just not a done thing?
They say because it's the shark family.
Yeah.
So they I think in Ireland they don't really care. Maybe.
Have you used weaver fish much before?
Weaver fish. I had some yesterday at Jude. By the way, I just want to say this festival. I love this festival. I come to Porthleven every year. It's my little holiday break. Love it. But this lovely man called Jude.
You might know him.
Jude Kereama is such a gem. He's not just a friend. He's just very hospitable and a great chef, great person. And he do a lot for this.
100%.
It's amazing.
You see the lineup of these chefs, and we've hung out for the last several years. And I was doing a chat with Nick and Henk yesterday, and the sense of community. And I'm proud North Coast boy. I grew up in Rock. I love coming to Porthleven.
You're posh.
I live in a posh area, but I'm not posh. I can be posh, but I love coming to Porthleven. My mum used to surf down here in the 60s, and I've said it over and over again. You come in and sort of relax. It's lively. It's a party vibe. We do Padstow Christmas Festival, and it's amazing. Again, line up of chefs. This sort of rivals it because it is the beginning of the summer rather than the end. So for me,
it's the start,
exactly, it's the start of the summer festival season, and just good people, man. Good people.
So you see, I put garlic. I've put fennel. You can put whatever veg you like, really, if you want to put celery and stuff like that. But I'm doing like just a little mirepoix of garlic, carrots, fennel, all the trimmings from the asparagus. I'm going to use it in the end. So asparagus. I've got some samphire. So that's the asparagus of the sea. And then I'm going to have some mushrooms. So I always cook the carrots first because they take longer. But I don't want any color. Just want very, very gently.
I'd love this. Stefan's got 20 things in a pan, and I'm just looking at scallops.
Sports scallops.
Well, it'll come together, I thought.
So I've got two dishes. The one with the cider, that's cooking now, with the fish shop, the cider and the dashi. And then I've got a little monkfish scampi that I'm going to cook.
We are doing one dish first and the second dish. Or are you doing all of it?
Just explain about the different
I don't want to be left out here by myself, afterwards, just going, wait a minute, I haven't...
I wouldn't leave you, mate, don't worry.
And then the shallots, lots of shallots.
Speaking of bringing in the summer,
Well, hey.
we're going to bring in the summer, aren't we, mate?
Yeah, well, we've got a little bit of a plan. I'm not sure if any of you are aware or have ever been. We have had a festival over at Sanaya's on Porthminster Beach where I work. But it's on hold this year coming. So Ed and I got talking and we thought that we'd just do a little bit of a celebration of summer, and we're going to start off. We've got a lovely barbecue area outside our restaurant. So on the 6th of July, we've got a big name chef coming down who's lots of fun. And we're going to sort of do a celebration of summer, aren't we? We asked Stefan to come, but...
He can't be bothered. Yeah.
He was like, no way, I'm in France. I'm in France.
You're travelling on your Celtic connections, is that right, Stefan?
But I'm going to Brittany, but the Celtic connection we started with Ireland. So I'm Celt. I'm from Brittany, and what we want to do is do more exchange between Cornwall and Ireland, because the products in Cornwall is amazing. The fish is amazing. All the producers in Cornwall are amazing. But in Ireland, they've got the great products as well that I love. I love my seafood. So the idea is to work with Newquay Airport, and they do some great charter three times a week at the moment from Newquay to Belfast, and then we want to push it and bring people. So I know all the good chefs over there, like I know all the good chefs here. So the Irish people will come to Mixed Place, to Porthminster. They will go to Paul. They will go to Stein. They will have a good tour of restaurants and experience and meeting suppliers. So we want to do something with Ireland. And then there's 7 Celtic countries, because I used to run a lot, still run, but not as much as I used to. And then we can do something with Brittany and Galicia and Scotland, Wales.
Jet set.
Just
I love that.
Be great.
So, Chef, I usually work on times. I'm a little bit lost. Can you say, we're going to be 4 minutes? We're going to be 5 minutes?
I'll be 8 minutes for this
8 minutes
dish.
from now.
And,
Okay. Good thing I didn't overcook my scallops.
4.25.
No problem. So I'm just going to start making my sauce here as well. So what I've done, Ed, if you just want to have a little taste of that, what I've done is completely reduce that cider down. I'm not sure if you can see on camera, but by reducing it down, obviously there's quite a lot of sugars and stuff in the cider, which will concentrate all the flavour. And the thicker and more viscous that gets, the more likely it'll take on my lovely favourite French ingredient, butter. So I'm just going to make like a cider butter sauce.
It's amazing.
Here.
Everything's intensified. It's like the cider turned up to sort of 11, 12, up to 15.
But
Acidity's higher.
It's typical
Sweetness
as well.
is higher.
Like with my food, I don't want to use too many ingredients and confuse things. That's not being lazy. It's just like I want the scallops to be shown off here, and I want the cider to show off. And I've just chopped up a little bit of apple there as well. And looks like we're both going to get the whisk out in a second. So
The whisk off.
the key thing is when you're making a butter sauce is how you add the butter, of course.
What's the best butter?
Cornish unsalted butter, I would say, is the best one to use. That's what we use in the restaurant. So that's really reduced now, but the key is to take it off the heat at this stage, because you don't want the butter to split. And then, sorry, it feels like I should be connecting that into my hand or something. But
I can make a noise for you.
I mean, some people whisk, or some people just let it nap in like this, and this will just get creamier. I might not need my little strange whisk here, but just add a little bit at a time. And it's about just emulsifying the liquid and the oil and the richness of that butter. So I'm just going to be swirling that around here.
See, what you were saying about the ingredients, it's nothing to overpower, it's letting every ingredient sing.
Indeed.
And this is why I've multiple times on record said that beer and cider is better than wine, because sometimes wine can be big, like high acidity, high sugar, and sometimes I feel like it combats the flavours, especially in delicate dishes.
Definitely.
Whereas beer never has the residual sugar or that high acidity. So things working symbiotically, which is a very long word for Saturday morning after a late night, that for me is my happy place. Just everything working together nicely.
And that's it. And like for us, like I said, usually we're using wines, but I've used cider in cooking for probably a little bit more than beer for a very long time. I mean, like, you know, especially with shellfish, mussels, scallops, oysters, because there's something really nice and subtle about it without that overpowering bang. But you can see that sauce is slowly coming together. I don't have to use my funny whisk. It's just...
There's your butter.
I might need some more in a second. But I think it's funny. We're talking about butter. Everyone's so health conscious these days for very good reasons. But that's the reason why you go to restaurants.
Yeah.
It's like, you very occasionally treat yourself.
Yeah.
You don't know how much butter's in your sauce.
Exactly. But it puts a smile on your face, right?
Indeed, indeed.
We need to smile more, full stop.
We do. So I'm just going to... Obviously, there's too much sauce here for 3 scallops, but I won't use it all.
You can try it.
Maybe. So I'm just going to add this last bit of butter. So what are we, about 4 minutes, do you think, Chef?
Yeah.
Great.
And you've got another dish to go as well?
Yep.
I'm going to get told off.
Really?
I can get.
I can go
nearly ready
faster.
to do
We
so.
can definitely go faster. I've got another hand.
We're cruising.
All right. So all the butter's in there. We'll speed up a bit then, we've been told. I'm going to put the apple in here now. And, you know, I'd like to probably prefer to use like an English Cox apple or something for this, but I haven't been able to get that, so I'm not even sure where this apple's from. It was just from our fruit bowl at home. Sorry, Di, my
You
wife
didn't
there
nick
in
it
the
from
front.
Jude?
No. And then I'm going to check. Obviously, to me, everything's about salt, richness, acidity, and seasoning. So I was, you know, I've got I bought some lemons, so I thought, but that tastes sharp enough to me already. What do you think, Ed? Sorry, I'll just wipe the spoon.
No, don't worry about wiping the spoon, mate. We're all friends here.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was sharp.
Yeah, it's sharp. Acidity's there. Maybe even a touch of salt if it was going to be anything.
Is that why you use unsalted butter, so you can add the salt after?
Yeah, I'd like to control the seasoning myself, depending on what dish you're doing. And then I've got a few hazelnuts here. And I'm just going to flash the scallops very quickly just to get some warmth on them.
Smell that.
Ooh, pepper dolls.
Yeah.
Ooh, grows on our rocks.
Truffle seaweed they call it, and it's so strong. You can smell it if you like truffle. After it you can just it's only seaweed, but it smells like truffle. It's amazing. So
It's incredible.
yeah, this one from Norway, but they do some pepper dolls in Cornwall. I went foraging with your son once in St. Ives. We tried to find some, but we didn't find enough. So yeah, I'm going to use that for the next dish because we need to hurry up.
Push.
I'm pretty good to go on this dish if you are.
Yeah, let's go.
Right, second dish, what we doing, mate?
Second dish, like I said, we've got the turbot, which I'm going to start. Should we plate up this dish first, or are we going to do it all at the end?
I'll do all at the end.
Do it at the end.
Like
I'll
a
take the
grand
scallops
finale.
off. I'll take the scallops off then. I'll start with the second dish. That's all good. We can adapt with chefs, that's what we do. We
What
like
we have
stress.
to do.
We like stress. Okay, so I'm going to put that sauce there. Okay, second dish for me, once again, just kind of making it up as I go. But I love turbot. I've got a lovely bit of turbot here. And I'm going to season this with some dashi salt. Now, dashi you might know what is, but it's basically seaweed, smoked bonito flakes. And it brings out a really, I hate using this word, but it is umami flavour.
Yeah.
So I'm using that to season. I've also got some za'atar, which is a Middle Eastern spice. And like I said, you know, when I'm matching with beer, I'm trying to think what I'd like to eat with beer. So I want to like a little bit of spice, and I want a lot of richness and lots of salt.
Yeah.
Is the idea here. So I'm just seasoning up that turbot, and I had some beer here to put with it, didn't I?
I didn't drink it, honest.
That should be enough. I've got that all for the dish when we plate up, and I'm going to start cooking this turbot when this pan gets to the right. We have a little bit of oil anywhere.
Loads of butter, no oil.
Just sometimes
Charlie.
butter has a very it burns very quickly. So I like to, when I'm cooking fish, sometimes just add a little bit of vegetable oil so you can bring the heat up even more to caramelization.
And I'm finishing this dish with the white miso paste, fermented.
Thank you.
Fermented white beans, Japanese.
Just a
So I
little
use it like I use a butter. So it's very, very interesting. Miso is very good for digestion for your guts. With everything I had last night, you know.
What a lovely evening last
Yeah,
night.
we had a great. We had pairing wine against beer
Beer one.
and 7 courses.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was lovely. Very, very nice.
It was fun. And I think, I say it in jest, but the experience last night, it gives people a choice. In fact, we've had a couple there that were there last night as well. They've come every year to the grape versus grain. It's not about what's better, it is subjectivity of taste. I can't tell you what your favourite music is, so therefore I shouldn't be able to dictate to you what beer to like or what wine to like. As long as people try it and then go, I've never thought about that. That's why I do my job. There was a lot of penny drop moments going, I've never thought of having a lager with a piece of monkfish versus a white wine. In fact, it was a red wine last night as well. And there's space for everyone. It doesn't need to be a competition. It's experience, and it's fun.
But
So
that's
you
what
see-
I think we love that sort of community vibe. I mean, we've spoken about it. It's just the lovely thing about Cornwall is all the chefs, all the people in the industry, we get along so well, you know, and we love meeting up because we're all like-minded, because we're very passionate about product. And things like Porthleven are great for that.
And we need to look after each other as well. I said this yesterday. We do. In times are tough out there. I'm not going to go on to a downer, but this sense of community and looking after each other is necessary. And that's how we get through it, surviving.
So you see, it's a bit like paella in the end.
Yeah.
And then I put the mussels. I'm going to finish braising the monkfish in the pearl barley, and then I've got some wild garlic that I put in the end, and then I'm going to do a little salsa, like samba. Samba, yeah.
Samba.
So in the samba, I'm going to have some tomato, some shallots, and some tarragon, and then you got the hot dish and the cold samba on top. Look beautiful, but for the taste bud is very, very good. So normally for the salsa I use vinegar and oil, but I'm going to use cider. Cider, salt.
Is that olives in beer?
Yeah. So they're Gordel olives, the classic olive that goes in a martini. So I'm just trying to bring some flavours, like I said, together that I think work with beer. So I've also got some monk's beard here, which I'm just putting. I'd usually steam the monk's beard, but I'm going to try and make a kind of sauce here. And obviously asparagus being in season here too. I was going to bring a peeler on stage, but I didn't bring one, so I'm just going to slice up the asparagus nice and fine and put it in here as well.
Yes. So what plate I'm going to use?
Whichever ones are available.
So this is my beer sauce with asparagus, which is trying to pop in my face quite a bit at the moment, which is like really.
You're keeping
great.
so calm. I feel so lazy right now. I haven't even offered to help with anything. Do you want me to do anything,
You know,
Chef?
as a chef,
So I
sometimes
put
like,
some tarragon in a salsa samba. Salsa samba.
Just taste it.
I think I might be getting middle-aged acne sometimes, but it's just like pans that spit at me when I'm at work. I'm like, what's that spot when I get home? All right, so I'm just bringing all this together, and I add a bit more salt. Just going to
The
taste
fennel
that.
sings in that as well. It's amazing.
Right. So for the next dish, what do I do? A light butter. I've got some egg white whisk. So the monkfish nuggets, so whatever you want to call it. I'm going to deep fry them, so they're going to become like donuts, very light because of the egg white. And then the flour. I think for this dish, gluten-free flour work better than normal strong flour.
Why is that?
It's just because it's like when you do tempura, if you use gluten-free flour and just sparkling water, is because there's not so much starch in it. It just work very well.
Much lighter.
So I've got the gluten-free flour, the dulce seaweed, the truffle seaweed, like this.
Oh, chef, could I pitch some of that truffle seaweed?
Oh yeah,
Any more?
please. Smell it.
Just had an idea. That's
Just
why I
have
love
a
being a chef. You
just
just go,
have a
"Ooh, maybe
shower."
that'll work.
Elegantly winging it.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
beautiful.
that's the way to put it. And then I think that's why when I do these chef demonstrations, I don't like to pre-plan too much
Yeah.
because you can never stop learning when you're cooking. And like just the factor that Stefan's got that there, I'm like, oh, and I love that being creative, behind the stove.
Yeah.
It's
But
like,
you use dolce seaweed quite a lot, but the
yeah,
fresh one.
yeah, we it grows a lot on the rocks out of Porthminster Point, so I'm often waiting for the lowest tide. And it used to be much easier to run over those rocks about 15 to 20 years ago, but now I'm like being very careful.
Your
Very
son, your
careful.
son is like a goat.
I might have to get my sons to do it for me now. My sons are in the front row here. One of them's desperately scared because he hates asparagus. So when he saw I had asparagus, he's like, please don't get me up on stage. Please, I don't want to eat it.
Well,
But,
irony, chatting to your son earlier on, like, he's surfing some heavy breaks out in the West Indies, and he's scared of asparagus. Like, it's slightly antiquated, right?
Indeed. Can I just get
But what I love about traveling is meeting different people, different products. That's what it's all about. Traveling is you learn so much. And my daughter Margot, she's looking there, but she just come back from a trip of 4 months. She's 21, and she went to Asia, Australia, so she went to your lovely country. And I'm so pleased.
You're
She went.
plating up, chef.
Yes, I'm having a good time. We're
Like a
throwing up.
ninja.
I haven't even got a plate yet. I'll be back.
There we go. So that's the monkfish. So
beautiful.
the monkfish been finished with the cider and braised with all the spelt, and then I've got some of this samphire on top, and my little salsa.
Which was stunning, by the way, Stefan.
Thank you. Salsa samba is called. Salsa samba. It's just the hot and cold work very well. Et voila.
Voila. And
It's not the best plate, but it will do. It will work.
mine's coming.
You cheated. A bit of a round of applause for Stefan for first dish.
Thank you.
I'd be no good in a cookery competition.
Well, to be
but,
honest, mate,
you know.
no, that was my fault because I said plate up at the end. So I've stitched you up, not Stefan. So I'm full accountability my end for that.
Okay, so one thing with scallops, I always like to cook the biggest side up, so it's presentation side. So I'm not sure if you can see on there somewhere. There's always a small side of the scallop, which is the bottom of it, but you should always try and cook the biggest flat side so it looks better in presentation, because you can get a better caramelization on that surface. So that's what I've done there, and I've got to be careful of my beer sauce there. I'll just sit him there for now. And this is my sorrel and cider sauce, which we'll just whack over the top of these scallops. And like I said, all this sorrel has just come from around Porthminster Beach Cafe. And don't worry about all that butter, because I'm not going to use all that sauce. So that's... And then I crushed some hazelnuts here before.
Beautiful.
And my favourite, the more prettier of the wild sorrel, is the one that looks a bit like a clover, which is wood sorrel, which I'm going to just put that over the top as well.
Are they all similar flavours, the different sorrels?
Yeah, well, I think wood sorrel is kind of a milder flavour, but still there is that sort of feeling of a little bit of apple for some reason there. And then I've got some chervil flowers. Once again, delicate flavours.
What are we doing for time?
We'll probably run over, but it's fine. I've
Okay.
had a couple of glares from out the back.
So I
but it's
use
good.
the beer for the batter. So in the batter I've got just the gluten-free flour, a bit of salt, the beer, and then I'm going to fold the egg white. See the egg white? I'm going to add it to the batter. That will make it like when you cooked with puff up, a bit like a donut. And that's it.
Okay. And my scallop dish is there now ready.
Round of
a little
applause for
bit
Mick,
behind.
because I delayed him. Possibly a louder
good.
round of applause, because it was
Thank
my
you.
fault.
Catch up now.
Beautiful, mate.
Okay, so next I'm going to be plating up the next dish. I'm going to beat Stefan this time. I'm going to get it.
Oh, it's on.
What's all right. So I've added a bit of beer in here and deglazing. So I just want a little bit of moisture under the fish. So I'm going to start plating this one up if Stefan doesn't mind.
No, go.
Okay, so what I've done is I've fried those Gordal olives in some butter. I've added some beer to it. And some asparagus and some monk's beard. And that's going to be the base of my dish. And everyone's scared of cooking fish, but like, to be honest, that bit of fish there, I'm not even going to probe it. It's so thin. That took like 3 minutes to cook. Do you know what I mean? Just get a really nice hard colour on the front, caramelize it, and you don't have to do much with the other side. And there's nothing worse than a broken up, overcooked bit of fish. So that's there. And then what I was doing earlier, I grabbed some of that lovely smoky truffle pepper dolls. And I had some chicken skin, which was dehydrated. And like I said, when I'm doing a dish like this, I'm trying to think about what would I like to eat with beer. So this is like, so I put that dashy flavour through that chicken skin crumble, and also some of that pepper dolls. And that's just kind of like a little bit of a crust on top. And lastly, I love to eat chips, potato chips, crisps I should say, with beer. So we make our own version of a crisp in the restaurant. So this is actually made with squid and prawns.
Amazing.
So you can see the squid ink spiral. Not sure where the camera is. So basically we do all that, we dehydrate, and then we puff it up, which creates a great texture too. So I'm just going to break a bit of that over the top.
An incredibly decadent prawn cracker.
Yeah, pretty much. It is a type of prawn cracker. Correct. And because there's a little sense of... I picked heaps of stuff in the garden, but I'm not going to use all of it. But because these are little allium flowers, so garlic punch again works well with beer and all of that sort of stuff. So I'm going to throw some of them over there.
It's incredible, mate.
And then I'm just going to put a few of these shiso flowers as well, just because there's something about purple and green which looks quite aesthetic. And I don't usually like using that many flowers on food, but in spring there's so many lovely flowers out there. I thought I'd bring some along.
And the sun shining.
Sunshine
in a dish.
And I just beat Stefan.
You did beat him.
Okay, so that's my two dishes. What can I do to help Chef?
One plate, please. So in
plate?
a batter with the beer, with the beautiful sharp beer, the gluten-free flour. I put the dulce truffle seaweed, the egg white, and then I crush some coriander seed and some black pepper. So it's quite
It's lovely.
quite strong.
And what temperature are we? Sort of 180, 170?
Yeah, 170, 180.
And how long? As long as it
25
takes.
minutes.
Should we just leave the dishes there?
It's very quick. It's very quick.
It's okay there? Yeah.
But like,
sure,
yeah, you can use veg. You can do that with vegetable. You can do that with chicken. You can
take the
whatever
whole
you
board.
want. With seafood. You like the monkfish little
Liver?
Yeah.
liver?
Do you use them quite a lot? Good flavour.
Yeah, good flavor. In my hand. Oh, yeah.
The livers and the roes of all fish, they have so much flavour. They're great with sauces.
How would you cook them down?
You can treat fish offal pretty similar to any other offal. Do you know what I mean? Like, generally speaking, there is sometimes a background bit of flavour, so you really want to add a lot of strong, like the strong sort of flavours I've added here. Seasoned, cook in butter, heavy, and it comes out lovely because it's so rich.
Yeah.
You've got to sort of
Got
mask
some,
it.
Charlie, something we
Okay,
can dry
so-
the-
Those three dishes there.
Still not being
So,
very
yeah.
helpful, am I? I'm just walking around swilling a glass.
So-
While you're going, this.
Should we talk a little bit more about the barbecue then? What
Yeah,
what are you
man.
going to do? You're going to bring a truck down or something?
We bring a truck down, a couple of beers, food,
So I think-
sunshine.
Sunshine.
Yes.
I
Well,
mean,
Jude promised
no
it this
Frenchman.
weekend and he nailed it. So
I
we
think
promise
what
it.
we're going to do, I'm not sure if we're going to do a ticket event. It's just like, just turn up and have some fun.
Exactly.
It's about fun, and I think we spoke a lot about community and all the people in the industry. This is not for making money. This is just to go. Hopefully, summer's here and let's have a good time. So everyone's very welcome to come
So
along.
please come down. It has rained for about 10 months straight, so we're due to smile a little bit, have a little bit of fun.
Indeed.
That's the idea.
So it's the 6th of July, which is a Saturday on Porthleven Beach, just right next to our restaurant. So everyone's very welcome to come, except for Stefan,
Yeah.
because he's in France. He's too
Do
cool
you want
for
to talk about all the other restaurants you got in Saint-Yves?
us. all of them. There's only
all of them.
Your empire.
and far from an empire. But we do have Porthminster Kitchen, which is in the harbour at Porthminster Beach, which is now been running as long as my youngest son, who is now 9, because he was pretty much born when we opened it. So whenever I think of how long it's, I look at him, which is crazy.
Can you help the people, because I love Saint-Ives is one of my favorite places to go. But in the summer it gets quite busy.
Yes,
it's like Piccadilly on Sea.
Definitely.
Where's the best place to park?
By far, don't drive in. But there's the most probably beautiful train ride from Lelant into St Ives, and it's very cheap to park. There's a park and ride system set up, and it's an absolute treat of a journey. It's very cheap. Just get on the train and you land right on Porthminster Beach, and you don't have to worry about driving around going, where am I going to park? All the pedestrians and everything, because it is a nightmare.
Yeah.
But lovely place to come. Don't bring your car, just park and get the train in. Ooh. Makes a lot of sense.
That's a good hack. See, I didn't know that either.
Yeah, but it's a way around it all. And like I said, you're greeted by the lovely view of St Ives Bay through Carbis Bay and everything on the way through. It's a really lovely train ride.
There you go. Look, I put some purple as well.
Some of your flowers.
Purple rain.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I lose you, I've just got a bit of a message. We've had a bit of a traffic situation on Toll Pool Lane? I should have made a note of that. A couple of cars have parked in a place that's blocking traffic. I'm just going to let you know which cars they are so that you can go and move them if they're yours. And also it's on Toll Ponds Road. So if anyone is parked on Toll Ponds Road in any of these vehicles, we need you to urgently go and move them, please. So if you've got a Nissan Note, a black Nissan Note with a registration ending ZCT, please go and move it. If you have a Transit Connect van with plastic surgeon written on it, ending in ZNZ, please go and move it. If you've got a Skoda Rimsa, which is silver, ending OYA, please move it. And a silver Golf, ending CYA, and a black Vauxhall Mocha. Now, those vehicles are blocking traffic, and we need to get them moved ASAP. So if any of you know who those vehicles are, please let them know, and make your way back, and we'll find a good spot for you that isn't in the way. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, just before we get going again, I'm just going to make an announcement about some cars again. Sorry, very exciting stuff. Yes, we've got a bit of a situation. Some cars have parked in the wrong place. Not your fault. Some cones were moved or something. If you're the owner of a Nissan Note Black, if you're an owner of a Transit Connect, or a Skoda Roomster, or a Silver Golf, or a black Vauxhall Mocha that's parked on Toll Ponds Road, it's really important that you go and move those cars because they're blocking traffic. There's been a minor collision with a bus on one of those cars, so that's the exciting game part. So yeah, please, if you know anyone who might own those cars, please let them know that they may have got a scratch. That's me.
Thanks, Charlie. There you go. Welcome to the next demonstration here in the Chef's Demo tent at Porthleven, and I'm delighted to say, well, please could you give a very warm welcome to Andy Tuck. Andy from Harbour House.
Yeah,
so last time I saw you, you were just about to move there, so great excitement. Yeah. How's it all been going?
It's amazing, absolutely amazing. The place is brilliant. Will and Tamara have done an amazing job. They're so sat down there. They're the noisy ones. They've done an amazing job down there, and with me coming in and cooking on fire, it just seems it's a match made in heaven.
Brilliant. And yeah, as you say, cooking on fire, this is something that we're doing here on stage today. So what are the dishes you're going to prepare for us?
So we're going to do ember baked John Dory. We're going to do that with a smoked caviar butter sauce, which is actually on sale at Cota. It's one of my GBM dishes, so go and have it. It's lovely. And then I was going to do 2 dishes with the John Dory, but we had some amazing hand-picked wild mussels come in yesterday. So we're just going to ember bake them, smother them in XO butter. They're delicious.
So 2 very simple dishes, really, aren't they? As long as you've got those embers going. And tell us about how you make sure that your fire is ready.
So you want to look for the white. We've got the lovely white coals. That's what you want, really. Fire needs, when you're cooking on fire, it needs 3 things. It needs ignition, it needs fuel, and it needs oxygen. One of those things gone, you don't have a fire. So I actually stole this from Cota. They actually need it for service, so we better crack on.
Right, we better crack on. Yeah, we ought to. But Andy, Great British Menu, that was such a thing for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, this year was a really emotional one for me. Unfortunately, lost my brother-in-law a couple of weeks before, and I was battling. What was I doing? I had an operation, and I was 4 weeks into my 10-week recovery from an operation. So, yeah, I'm actually quite surprised I did it, really. But yeah, no, it was great fun. Some great chefs, and Ben did amazingly. So please stay and watch Ben later. Really good friend of mine.
Ben Palmer.
Ben Palmer.
Who is here on stage at 3:30, and he did so well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did amazingly. Yeah. Right.
Okay.
John Dory. Does anyone know about John Dory? Do we know why it's got a spot? Right there. Yes. No?
No.
Anyone?
Isn't it supposed to be a thumbprint?
So it's apparently it's thumbprint of St. Peter, the patron saint of fishing, that put its hand in the water, pulled out the fish. But it's actually an eye spot. So if you're a little fish and you come this way, you think there's a big fish coming towards you because there's 2 eyes, but it's not. So they go that way and he goes that way. Pretty much.
It's pretty good, isn't it, to have that camouflage?
Yeah, exactly. So what we're going to do is we're going to go straight down the middle. I normally cut this on the bone, but because we're a bit short for time, I'm just going to take it off.
What's the advantage of cooking a fish on the bone?
Well, it holds its moisture. The heat helps, the bones help penetrate the heat through the fish as well, which is great. And I personally think it has a lot more flavour. But yeah, we're just going to, I don't normally cook fish off the bone, but for today I'll make an exception.
And Andy, how did you get into cooking with fire and using it as really your principal way of cooking things?
I was a scout, and I like burning stuff.
That's a pyrotechnic, isn't it?
Yeah. So yeah, I was a scout, and we always did backwards cooking. My parents are scout leaders. Went on World Jamboree with Somerset contingent. Then 2011, I went on the World Jamboree to Sweden as a contingent leader for Somerset, which is such an honour. Then I started going into kind of Swedish woods with the other scouts, and they started kind of cooking on fire a completely different way and using the wood to smoke, and it was just kind of like, wow, I want to put this into what I do. And then, yes, it's kind of since 2011, it's kind of been what I've been doing, really.
So at that stage, had you wanted to be a chef then? Or?
From day one. I'm
really?
I'm dyslexic. I was not good at school. Wasn't good at anything academic. Did home ec. for GCSE. If it was based on practical, I've got an A star, but coursework, you had to do big, A3 sheets and loads of writing, and no, I wouldn't go that. So I got a C, but that's not bad. So yeah, and then college, Cambridge College, and then come down to Cornwall.
But at college, were they encouraging of you cooking on fire, or did you have to do the traditional?
No, I had to do the traditional. Little skull cap. Yeah, no, the cravat. My college lecturer was an ex-Gurkha, so he was very, very hard on us. So we're going to put a little bit of oil on there, a little bit of salt. We've got a fish weight somewhere. So when you're cooking on fish, try and use something to weight it down, just so the skin doesn't go. So we're just going to put that on there. I'm just going to slowly just let that cook away. Treat fish like you treat meat. So you just keep checking it, kind of keep lifting it. That's going to cook pretty rapidly. But what I want to do is I want to rest it for as long as I cook it. So you treat fish like you would treat beef, lamb, or pork. So sauce. Get this pan going. So in the sauce, we're going to put some fish stock. Well, that's fast. We've got some fish stock. We're going to put I've got some sparkling wine. I wasn't allowed champagne. It wasn't in the budget. So we're going to put that down. We're going to reduce that down to a nice liquor with some onions as well. And then we've got all some lovely stuff. So we've got some caviar. I'm going to open this. And then we're going to smoke it. So the easy way to smoke caviar, sorry, I'm just going to... See, lovely colour on that. So we're just going to get a little bit of oil on there. And we're just going to put it back. So I'll do most of my cooking, 90% of the cooking on the skin side, and then you'll let the residual heat finish it off. So caviar. Oh. Sorry, second.
Sorry.
In my knife roll, there should be some wire. Hang on.
So here I am on the stage, and I could do all sorts of damage, but no, I won't.
Right, so we're going to smoke some caviar. Really, really simple. Well, I say really simple. Right, cool. So we're just going to leave that over there. So we're going to smoke some caviar. Get some lovely caviar on there.
And you're sort of moving the fish, aren't you, to different areas
because around
heat
exactly
and things.
So you never have the barbecue one heat. You always have. So you have a hot side and a cold side. You have direct and indirect. So on the indirect, we're just going to put some caviar, and we're going to get some juniper, really local from the Highlands of Scotland. So we're going to put that juniper on there. That's going to smoke, and that's going to smoke the caviar.
Great.
Did anybody see me do this on Great British Menu?
Yes.
Good. That's the right answer. So again, we're just going to reduce that down. So you've got the smoke coming up. You don't want to put any heat through the caviar. Just want to lightly smoke it. And that's that done. I think I might put a bit too much champagne in there. And now the juniper catches, but that's absolutely fine. So this fish now is just perfectly cooked. So what we're going to do, we've got a nice little resting rack. We're going to rest that. And again, the smoke's going to waft over it as well. And that is just cooked. So you're looking about 48 degrees. That's when the skin is still opaque, but the cells pull apart.
And why is it so important to rest fish as you do with meat?
Well, it's the same with meat. So intense heat, you burn yourself, what does your skin do? It goes like that. And then same with meat. It goes tense. It's not when you eat it, it's not enjoyable. It's chewy. Just need to let all the meat relax, really. Right, so that's still reducing. While that's going on, we'll melt some XO butter. So our XO butter is, I personally think it's insane. So we make an XO sauce, which is dried smoked scallop roe, dried smoked prawns, and then we rehydrate them, put a bit of gravy in there, some chorizo ends, and then we blitz it up, make a nice sauce, and then we add that to butter, and then we put in things like green peppercorns, trying to see what I've got in here now, green peppercorns, dill, thyme, parsley, capers, a bit of curry powder, a bit of paprika, and so it's just lovely, rich umami.
And can you use that then with all sorts of other
You can
ingredients?
use this with anything.
Yeah.
Absolutely anything. We've got it on with a steak at the moment. So all our beef comes from homage to the bovine, which is retired dairy cows. So they go, after they've done their years being a dairy cow, they'll go into a field for up to 2 years and just live a happy life and get nice and fat, and then we cook them.
That's a nice happy life, nice happy ending, isn't it?
So in here, so that liquid now, I don't know if you can see it, that liquid now is just reduced down. So what we're going to do is we're going to chuck in to make butter. So what I normally do, when I make a beurre blanc, I go 4 times as much butter to liquid, and then you've got to keep moving it. If you don't keep moving it, the butter splits, and then your sauce just doesn't look nice.
And is this a dish that you have on the menu at Harbour House?
It will be coming on the menu as soon as our Ninjua mackerel is off. This will be on. I've kind of planned it so it'll be on the same time as the festival and being served at Kota, which I was quite reluctant to give Jude my recipe because I know how good it is.
Yes, because he's reflecting the Great British Menu dishes, isn't he?
Yeah.
There.
So in there we've got some sea purslane, which is a lovely little foraged edible, which we pick. We've got some salty fingers, which I nicked from Jude's garden. He's got like loads of them, so you won't mind. So that goes in there. The caviar, we're going to put the caviar in at the very last moment because you don't want to cook it. Just get rid of this a minute. And then while that sauce is cooling down, we'll barbecue some mussels, which were hand-picked yesterday morning. I mean, they're amazing. I mean, the size of these, absolute monsters. We were so lucky that we've got some great suppliers at Harbour House. We've got Soul Farm, which is literally 2 minutes up the road, where we get all our veg. We've got Sailors Creek, which are in the village. And what they pick are amazing. We've got Queen Scallops, which is our logo, which is literally, you've got our front door, the road, the beach, and then you've got Queen Scallops, oysters, cockles, clams, what else? Crabs, just a lot. So we're so lucky. You know, we're kind of mantras turned into we do food in meters, not miles. It's quite good.
Perfect. And how much do you have to adapt your style of cooking then, Andy, to the produce, the lovely produce that you have on your doorstep?
I mean, 9 times out of 10, it comes in a door, and I'm like, I want to do that with it. You kind of know, you see it, and you want to do something with it. You know, we had 2 3-kilo cock crabs, and they're massive. Out of that, we got 1.5 kilos worth of meat just out the claws. And then all the other claws, I was like, oh, right, well, just smother them in garlic butter and just serve them like that. So it's just, you just see something and you get so inspired. So we're just going to warm these up. We've got the XO butter cooking. This sauce is just about cool enough to put the
caviar.
Caviar, thank you.
Smoked caviar.
Sorry, it's been a long week.
You don't want to put the caviar in when it's too hot, do you?
No,
Because
no.
you'll lose that subtlety.
And what happens is the caviar will just go like hard little balls, and it won't be very nice. You want it to pop in your mouth like caviar does. So we're just going to, while these are warming up, what we normally do is we would cook these on the fire. I will do one in a minute just to kind of show you what happens. But because these are so full of water, when it opens, it does 2 things. Either it just opens and dribbles everywhere and puts your fire out, or it will spit at you. So we'll turn it that way.
That's right.
About
yes.
About there.
Front row.
Again, we just baste them like this, and we'll turn them over. Again, so you start seeing it flaring up. So then what we do is we'll just kind of just lift it up, knock it back. I always use grill racks, so you're always taking it away from the fire to control it. Otherwise, if you're trying to turn it over the fire, stuff goes everywhere. So that's about cool enough. But what we'll quickly do is
House.
we've got a couple of we've got Rock Oyster Festival where we're going to be doing Fire Feast. So me and 4 Great British Menu friends, we're going to be doing a dish each over Friday and Saturday, which is going to be epic. So that's going to be great to do. And then on the Sunday, we're doing my Smoky Sundays, but at the festival. So what are we doing? I've forgotten now. Sorry, guys. We're doing smoked rump. So smoked rump, Yorkshire puddings, roasties, the lot on a after Sunday after a festival is what you kind of want, isn't it? So that's going to be good.
And again, all things that are reflected on the menu at Harbour House.
Yeah, exactly. So that's cool enough for now.
In goes the caviar.
Right, so now with these, I mean, you shouldn't really use your fingers, but mine are dead, so it's fine. I'm going to just put them in the butter just to drench them in that lovely sauce. See how that one's just starting to open, so then we'll just turn it over. Also, we've got Sea Shanty Festival. We're going to have people over, so Falmouth Sea Shanty Festival, we're going to hold a couple of little events at Harbour House, so that's going to be good. Fowl Oyster Festival, I'm going to be down there. Enter the oyster shucking competition.
You've got so much on your doorstep, haven't you, there in Flushing?
It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
And just trying to think what else. I'm going to be going over the border to Devon. Yeah.
You see, that went down really well, Andy, actually.
I got quite a lot on Devon this year, so I'm doing a Harbour House takeover at our beachside restaurant called Beach House, which is in South Molton Sands, just on the beach. So I'm going to be doing what I do at Harbour House there. Dates are 31st of May, 4th of July, and 1st of August. Not reading that off a script or anything. And then we've got Schoolhouse in Mothercombe. So I'm going up there again. It's an Italian influence, pastas, pizzas, which is great. That's just down by the beach. Also, I'm going to Lou Food Festival with Ben, which is going to be great, Ben Palmer. Then the Dorset Seafood Festival.
So it's a busy time for you, isn't it, really?
Yeah, and summer. And bank holidays.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And how do you like moving around and doing different types of cooking at various venues?
Oh, I love it. I do. I really love it. Yeah, it's good fun.
Shows the versatility.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so
right.
You are near to putting these dishes together now, aren't you?
Yeah. So let's start with the mussels first. So we're just going to serve them simply, just in a nice bowl. This just with like a hunk of sourdough. We're quite lucky at the pub that we've got our own bakery, and we've got a head baker, John, and he's a wizard. He's much better at baking than I am. Sourdoughs, focaccias, the pastries are insane. We've got breakfast 9 to 11, which come down and have our breakfast. It's amazing down there. It really is. So then we're just gonna literally drench it. I mean, if you're on a diet, you probably don't want to eat this, but again, it's so simple, but again, it's flavour, more flavour. So then we've got caviar sauce. There's a lot more than just butter in this, so you just want to kind of just fill the plate. What you normally do is do a little chef thing, tap the bottom, and then what you do, you're not swilling it around, you're just laying it full. That on top. Then we're just going to finish a bit of lemon zest. A little wasabi grater, much better than the microplane. And there you have it. So we've got the ember baked John Dory with the smoked caviar sauce, and then we've got the wild mussels cooked over coals with drenched in XO butter.
Fabulous. 2 beautiful dishes. Well done,
Thank
Andy. They were
much.
brilliant.
Thank you.
So It's so perfectly put together and really reflecting what's on your doorstep, not only in Flushing but also here as well. And it's not too difficult to tell where you're from. You've got it all over you, haven't you? And also on the plates as well. So thank you so much to Andy Tuck from Harbour House. We wish you a very happy and
I just want one thing from you guys.
Okay.
Just one thing. So my wife, she's running the Plymouth Half Marathon tomorrow. So can we just do a big after free good luck, Sean? Because she really appreciates it.
Did you get that, everyone? So good luck, Sean. And when you count us down, Andy, okay?
So after 3, 2, 1.
Good luck, Sean!
Thank you.
Look. Woo! Oh, my goodness. You are so brilliant as an audience. Well done, everybody. Thank you so much, Andy.
Thank
that
you.
was
Thanks for coming.
great
Please
to watch. Thank
come
you.
down to Harbour House.
Next on stage is Paul Foster from Salt, and he should be starting about 1:15. Thank you so much. Lovely to see you here.
Just before I lose you, we're still looking for the owner of a Skoda. All the other ones we found, we're looking for the owner of a Skoda Roomster parked on Toll Puddle Road. If that's you, you need to move your car quite urgently. So if you've got a Skoda Roomster and it's on Toll Puddle Road, it shouldn't be. Please move it. Hello, hello. Ladies and gentlemen, just a very quick note. If anyone is the owner of a silver Skoda Roomster parked on Tolpodle Road, please could you return to your car and move it because it's parked in a silly place. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome. Lovely to see you all. Are you there? Yes, give us a shout. Woo! Well, I think you should give an incredibly warm welcome to the next chef on the stage here. It's Paul Foster. See, there are people here for you, Paul.
There are, yes. Yeah. My children, they're barely clapping.
Oh, there we go. Lovely to see you here. So, Paul, the restaurant's Salt, and you've travelled quite a way, haven't you, to be with us?
Yeah, we drove down. I picked the kids up from school yesterday, 3:30, and 5-hour journey. No loo breaks, nothing. We just straight down.
Well done.
5 hours, and we got here. Had dinner in Kota last night, which was brilliant.
Yeah, everyone's going on about dinner in Kota.
It was
last
great.
night.
Yeah,
brilliant. Well, it's lovely to see you here, and you have an array of books here on the stage, and you're cracking on with the cooking already, which is just brilliant. But Paul, tell us a little bit more about your style of cooking and what you do at Salt.
So the dish I'm doing today is from one of the books. It's a little bit more simple than we cook at Salt. Salt is very high-end, fine dining, but very relaxed, so very approachable, but incredible produce, just cooked with a lot of love, a lot of respect. And taster menus. We do small plates downstairs. We've got a private chef's table upstairs as well, where you've got a chef cooking just for you, which is a really lovely room. But yeah, this dish is called sapori. I apologise to anyone who's Italian, if there's anyone there, because I'm going to butcher this with my Coventry accent. Sapori di Emilia Romagna, which basically translates as flavours of Emilia Romagna. So when I wrote the pasta book, I went to Rome, Modena, Bologna, and this is based on the flavours and the things I really enjoyed when I was in Emilia Romagna.
And so did you do that trip specifically to do the research for your book, or was it something that you'd always wanted to do?
Well, I've been to Italy quite a lot anyway, and I love it there. So, yeah, it was a lot of research, and it was a jolly as well. So I spent 4 days out there on my own. I did about 7 or 8 restaurants, about 7 or 8 bottles of wine, because I was on my own.
What,
you
each
drink
night?
quicker. Yeah. So yeah, it was just a lovely experience, just immersing yourself in. Met up with some food historians, learnt a lot about the history of, the food in that area as well.
And what would you say? What is the difference between true Italian cooking and what we produce here in this country?
The true Italian cooking, it harks to kind of what my philosophies are. It's about incredible produce, just cooked as it is, not over manipulated, and just it's so different region to region. That's because the different climates, the different cultures, the different traditions. But it's about using great ingredients, simple, because when they're great, you don't have to mess about with them so much. I do have to make an apology. Jude's thrown me under the bus here. This is the squeakiest pasta machine I've ever heard. So
are you ready for this? Oh, I'm sorry about your teeth.
Yeah.
I mean, yes. How many times are you going to be doing that?
Quite a few.
It needs a little bit of oiling, doesn't it, really? But never mind.
It has had an oiling. So, yeah, blame Jude for that. If anyone doesn't like that noise of, fork on a plate or something like that, I apologise.
So the pasta you've made before,
yeah,
and what have you used? Egg yolks.
Yeah, so northern Italy, which is like where Emilia Romagna is, they use egg-based pasta. Southern, like in Sardinia, they use flour and water. So it's much richer up north. So this is just egg yolks and egg yolks, flour, tiny bit of oil, a little bit of salt. I won't give you the recipe. Got to buy the book. So
that's a very good marketing ploy.
After this, I am in the little black gazebo out there. I am doing a book signing of all the books, so if anybody would want one. And there is a discount today, a Porthleven show discount that I'm doing. So in this pan, I've got some really good quality pancetta, which I've just crisped up, rendered all the fat out. We're going to add some shallots and thyme into that in a minute, and some garlic. Do we have some flour out the back? I could have a little touch of flour.
I'll go and get some for you.
Thank you.
We're just getting some flour for you.
Perfect. That's my fault. I forgot that one. So, when you're making pasta, you're looking for it really smooth and silky, just like this, not sticking to the machine. And you want to work it. I've made it before because it needs time to rest, but you need to work it and roll it and build up the gluten. So the opposite when you're making pastry. So that gluten gives it that elasticity, and it also gives it that texture, helps with that sort of al dente texture as well.
Is it really worth us trying to make pasta at home?
It is. It is. It's very, very therapeutic. But the beauty of that book is that you don't have to. So you can, all the doughs are in there and loads of different shapes and how you can produce that. But apart from the filled pasta recipes, you can just use good quality dried for any of the dishes. So it's about the sauces as well.
So is dried better than fresh that you
It's more convenient. If you get good quality dried, then you're not going to go far wrong at all. Like, they use that a lot in Italy. So I've got nothing against good quality dried.
And what is it about the Italian style of cooking, Paul, that you've always admired?
I think there's just no hiding. When you've got really simple ingredients, simply cooked, you can't hide behind anything. You're not hiding behind some fancy chef techniques. It's just, it is what it is. So it's open for criticism. So you have to use the best ingredients. And as chefs, we're nothing without incredible ingredients. You can put as much technique into it as you like, but at the end of the day, you can put glitter on a poo, but it's still a poo.
Thanks for that.
So I didn't swear then.
But what about finding the people around you, and particularly where you are with your restaurant, who provide the good ingredients? Does that take a time? We've talked about in other demonstrations, how important it is to build up those relationships.
Oh, it's vastly important. Your relationships with suppliers are very important. And some suppliers, like bigger ones, you have to do email orders and things like that. And then what you're doing, excuse me, we're nearly done with this. What you're doing then is you're losing that connection with that supplier if you're not on the phone with them. You're not asking what's great at the moment. So like my fish supplier is based in Cornwall. We speak all the time. We discuss what's the best, what's available. He knows what I like, and what's the best price point. It's not just, I've got turbot on the menu, let's order turbot. So, well, that's not as good at the moment. How about this brill instead? Price is better on that. And that's what a relationship gives you, the best stuff at the best price at the right time.
And then your menu reflects the seasonality of the food and as you say, what is available at the time and what's the best at that time.
Absolutely, and I think we're in a good place in this industry at the moment in the sense that years ago menus used to be massive and there's so much choice, and I hate that when I go to a restaurant and you can't choose. So it can be more streamlined now, especially in winter when there's not as much produce about. And if you follow the seasons, it writes the menu for you. So I've crisped up that pancetta. I'm going to add some shallots and just wilt them down. So you don't want to add them too early because they're just going to colour up.
Did you need to put any oil in the pan for that pancetta?
Not at all. There's a lot of fat in it. So I'm going to slice the garlic. You can crush it, but thinly sliced for this dish is great. Again, on a sort of low heat, no colour on the shallots and garlic. Oh, brilliant, thank you. And then some thyme as well. And this is going to be the base, and this we're going to add some wine, make a lovely wine butter sauce. So the ingredients I've used for this, like I was saying, this is called Flavours of Emilia-Romagna. So we've got the pancetta, we've got beautiful Sangiovese wine. This one's a Chianti, but it's 95% Sangiovese grape. Mortadella, Parmesan, all from that area. And then the most amazing balsamico.
Was there anything that you learnt whilst you were out there, Paul, that you were quite surprised about?
Yeah, I think it just reinforced a lot of beliefs that I already have about being confident with your food and your ingredients and letting them shine and not, as chefs, you must all know, we've all got a bit of an ego. It's about not letting your ego override your menu or your food. The food is what people come for and the service. It's not about you. Yes, it's food I love to eat, but it's not about me. It's about creating a special experience. So that's reinforced from Italy, really.
And what I gleaned from your personality too was that you love to share things with everyone, don't you? And on your website, you've got masterclasses. Should anyone want to know how to do various dishes and things?
That's an online cookery school. It's very small. I think it's about £4 or £5 a month, and there's already about 80 classes on there that you can watch along and do in your own time. We're slowly adding more and increasing it. So those onions and garlic have wilted now, so we're going to go in with the wine. I'll just check it's okay first.
Of course, that's very important to do that.
That's a taster size, isn't it? So in with the wine. And I'm going to reduce that right down to a nice glaze.
So just agitating that a bit, just
bring it together. There is a bit of fat, but that'll emulsify in because I'm going to add some butter as well.
Great.
Okay.
So now your flour has arrived.
Yes, so flour's arrived, so just so I can bring it together, I'm going to run it through the machine one last time. So I'm going to do sort of a pappardelle shape. In the book, I do this with an orecchiette, which isn't typical of the region. It just eats really well with a dish, but I wanted to do something different and sort of highlight how, whilst in Italy, if you speak to them about I'm going to change the shape, they'll tell you off. But, you can do as you please. As long as you've got great pasta and a great sauce, you can change the shapes if you like.
Why is the shape so important?
It's all down to their tradition, their culture. In shapes, there's hundreds and hundreds of different shapes. They'll change from the slight difference in names and styles from region to region and also family to family as well. So a little bit of flour on this, just because I don't want it sticking together once I've cut it, because I'm going to hand cut it. I'm going to go a little bit further. If you've got a pasta machine at home, if you're doing tagliatelle or pappardelle, don't take it to the thinnest. Take it to the penultimate setting, because you want a little bit of texture to it. Last one, I promise, with this squeaky machine. And we're done. So what you've got, just a lovely pasta, and it's got the strength of the gluten, so it's not going to fall apart. If you haven't worked it up, it's going to be crumbly. It's not going to get that texture, and you can't, hold it and swing it around. So, just going to take off the edges and just do a very simple pappardelle. Now, I can't remember the measurements, but pappardelle is thicker than a tagliatelle, and there is a bit of leeway what you can do, again, depending on the family or the region. But flat pasta is very typical of sort of Emilia-Romagna region as well. So just cut it even sort of slices. So we've got this lovely pappardelle. And because this is so fresh, it's going to only take 2 minutes to cook tops. So same with this one.
And when you're cooking pasta, what do you use in the water? Is it literally just salt, or do you not bother?
Yeah, if anyone tells you to put oil in, especially olive oil, just tell them to stop wasting oil, because it's say just stop oil to them. It's pointless. People think the old tradition is that it will stop it sticking together. It won't, because we all know from science, water's here, oil's there. It doesn't do anything. The pasta's below, so the oil isn't doing anything at all. You'll get a little bit of it when you pull it out, but you just don't need it. If you want olive oil on your pasta, put it on afterwards once you take it out. So, just going to leave that to sit there. And if you wanted to dry this, there's loads of things. You can get pasta dryers, or if you've got a good wooden coat hanger, you can just hang it on a coat hanger, let it dry overnight. Or you can have it in little bundles with loads of flour on it, leave it to dry. But dried pasta is better with just semolina flour and water. Egg doesn't dry as well. It gets a little bit, these little black flecks through it. So you see how far this is coming down now. Smells amazing. And I'll cook that a last minute. So we've got I'll talk about these other ingredients whilst we're waiting for that to finish, and I'll have a little sip of wine. All this talking is supposed to work.
Why not? Yes, carry on.
So I've got some beautiful mortadella sausage, which is very typical of Bologna. It's something that the Americans took, ruined, and started calling bologna because they can't pronounce Bologna. So if you ever have bologna, it's a very poor man's mortadella. So I'm just going to cut some little pieces of that to finish the dish. And I won't waste this. This is chef's snacks, all the rest of it.
And were there ingredients when you were doing your trip or out there you thought, I must bring that back? Or...
Yeah, so moves me on. Good segue. So this, we didn't even plan that. So this is a Giusti Balsamico. So this bottle is 250 ml. It's £58, but it's one of the best balsamics I've ever tried. It's not vinegar per se. So it's aged 20 years. And the best thing about this, I emailed them when I went over there. And I went to hired a car, went over to Modena, and the CEO got in touch. And he said he wanted to have lunch with me because I told him I was writing this book. I had lunch with his chef in his quarters, went in their museum, saw these barrels that were 450 years old with this crystallized balsamic. And it's still a family business. So he's 17th generation Giusti. So he's gone through since, well, before Shakespeare was here, I think, pretty much. And they've been producing in that family balsamic vinegar. And you can see, I'll just show you how lovely and thick this is. All its natural sugars from the grapes.
Gosh, it's like a syrup,
taste.
Isn't it?
And we use this at the restaurant because of my connection with them. We actually have a beautiful Tahitian vanilla ice cream, and we finish it at the table with the balsamic vinegar, and it's stunning.
As you say, it is very syrupy, and it's very different from the balsamic that I've tasted before.
Exactly.
So no wonder it's £50 or £58.
Exactly.
Did you say?
And yeah, £58 for 250 ml. But it is stunning. This is my one from home. So.
And does that mean, therefore, you don't have to use as much?
Exactly.
For it?
Yeah, and it's also a false economy. If you buy cheap balsamic vinegar, you've got to add sugar to it, and because it's really vinegary, and then reduce it down, so you get very little anyway, and it never tastes right. So it's about the aging in the oak, and it gets that natural thickness, that natural viscosity. So that's about there now. So I'm just going to take some butter. Be generous with the butter. It's going to make it lovely and velvety. And I'll pull that off and just work it in and create a bit of an emulsion. How are we doing for time?
Yeah, we're doing well.
Oh, good. I'll have another bit of wine then.
Yeah, why not?
Sorry, I should have poured you one. I've only got one glass.
No, it's fine. I'm used to that.
I feel so
left
rude.
out of the cocktails this morning.
Well, that's why I did it. I watched Tom and Jude, and I was so jealous of their setup.
Exactly,
so I was like, well, I'll bring my own. Yeah.
All right, okay.
So you see how glossy that's going?
Yeah, that looks so
work
silky,
the butter
doesn't
in.
it? Lovely.
Yeah. And really important, the wine forms the most of this sauce. So it's really important that you use a good wine. If you don't want to drink it, don't use it for the sauce, because it will just be like acrid and acidic.
And is that the same for any dishes that you would use with wine? Make sure it's something that you would drink.
The better the wine, the better the dish.
Yeah.
You know, some things you can get away with. So that's going into boiling salted water now. It's going to be about 2 minutes. So we get the plate ready. And then to finish the dish, we've got some beautiful Parmigiano Reggiano, which is 24 months aged. So the more aged, the more crystallised, the better texture. And obviously, again, from that region. There's so much wonderful produce in that Emilia-Romagna region. Let's turn that up a bit.
And what is it, Paul, that really, you really liked about Italian cooking and sort of creating these dishes that feature very much on your menu and, as we've seen, in your books?
But I think my connection with pasta is quite unique for a chef. Nobody's taught me how to make pasta. I taught myself. I worked in some great restaurants, 1, 2, 3 Michelin star all around the world, but nobody ever did it with me, and I felt like I was missing out, and if anyone asked me, I'd feel like a fraud. So I bought a pasta machine at home, and I'd just spend days off making pasta, and was making mistakes. But what you do then is you you ask yourself questions like, oh, why did that ravioli burst? Why was that tagliatelle not right? Was it too thin? And then you just answer your own questions and you kind of coach yourself. So yeah, I've never been shown how to make it.
So it must have been quite a revelation then going to Italy and seeing how they do it there and
exactly.
the secrets of the
went and
the
watched some nonnas make, so the classic, most famous dish from Bologna is spaghetti bolognese, or ragu alla bolognese as they call it. But one of their most pure dishes is tortellini and brodo. And tortellini is the small ones. The big ones are tortelloni. So really small. It's filled with again, all these ingredients: parmesan, mortadella, pork loin, a little bit of nutmeg. And they're tiny. They're like this. And these nonnas just blasting them out. And then it's with this chicken broth. It's just the most beautiful, pure dish. It doesn't need anything else. Okay. So that pasta feels about ready now. So drain it off. And we're going to add it to our pan. Just grab some tongs. So you want the pasta to catch that sauce. Let's put this over here. So toss it. If it's a little bit thin, add some pasta water. Some people say add pasta water to thicken it. It doesn't thicken it. You're adding water. It's to loosen it if you need to. Especially if you're making like a carbonara with the egg, it will thicken up. Just use something like this and just dribble it in. So that's looking good. Just have a taste. Where's the little spoons? Lovely. So now I'm going to take the pasta just into a simple bowl. Build it up. And this, I know we're pretty much into summer, but it's not that summery out there. This, whilst it's kind of seasonal all year round, this dish is great on an autumn night. You know, really crusty bread. So don't waste any of that sauce. So you're looking for the sauce to become one. So it is emulsified and has a slight, nice viscosity to it. If it separates, then it's probably got too hot when you've emulsified the butter in. So, balsamic. So then I'm just going to finish it with a few of the little ingredients. It's quite naturally acidic, so this is going to add some sweetness. The Parmesan's going to add that saltiness and that creaminess. And you can grate it on, but for this I like to just peel it over. And you don't have to be too fancy with it. And you know, you want more cheese, you can load more cheese on. And then mortadella, just because it's tasty, all over the top. Some fresh picked parsley, which my children picked for me out the back, trading them up for the restaurant. So, and then finish with the juicy balsamico, 5 gold medals, 20 years aged. Just like so.
Well, that looks absolutely wonderful, very appetising, and how brilliant to watch you make the pasta and go through all of that. Paul, thank you so much for that wonderful demonstration. I hope you can see that dish so beautifully presented. There we are. So Paul Foster from Salt, and just a reminder that he's signing books.
Yeah, I've got all of these books. So this is the Salt book, and then I've got How to Cook Meat Properly, How to Cook Pasta Properly, and which will eventually be 6 books, and they'll look lovely on your shelf because they're actually going to form a picture when you get all 6. And there is a show discount today.
Whoa.
And yeah, but I've got plenty.
All right, okay. So please, in other words, go to the Black Gazebo. Is that where you're going to be?
Black Gazebo just out there. In about 5 minutes, we're going to take the books through and
Perfect.
do any signings or sell any books. But no, thank you very much. So that's Sapori di Emilia Romagna.
Thank you so much, Paul.
Thank
It's
you.
been so interesting hearing about your travels to Italy and how you came up with that wonderful recipe. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you. And thanks to the squeaky pasta. I mean, it wasn't too bad, no. Thank you very much. Well, the next demo is at 2:00. Sadly, Adam Handling isn't going to be here, but his sous chef, Jamie Park, is here, plus his sommelier. So that's at 2:00. Thank you very much for being here. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Chef's Demo Theatre and to the next demonstration, which is with two members of the Adam Handling Restaurant Group, and it's Chef Director Jamie Park and Restaurant Director George. Please give them a warm welcome.
Cheers.
Jamie, are you all right? Oh, yeah, someone's glasses. Yeah, there we go. That's right. Jamie, tell me a little bit more about the Adam Handling Group. And, I mean, sadly, he can't be here today, but you are going to be producing a dish which is very much a style of Adam and what you do in the restaurants, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. This dish is a perfect example of what we do at the restaurant, how we treat ingredients and how we take that sort of whole approach to using sort of closed loop system of all of the ingredients that we use in the restaurants.
So George, tell us a little bit more about the group, where the restaurants are and their names and why they are called things like the Ugly Butterfly.
Yeah, cool. Has anyone been to any of our restaurants before in the room?
Yay!
Yes! Amazing. So we've been in Cornwall now for 3 years, nearly just 3 years. But aside from that, we've got our first restaurant was called The Frog, which is in Covent Garden. We're not French. It's not why we call it The Frog. We're a British restaurant. But The Frog was all about sink or swim. It was Adam's first restaurant in the group. And he was a young guy, probably 25, I think, when he opened Frog originally. And everyone was saying, you're going to sink or you're going to swim. It was self-funded, self-backed. And it was a really risky thing to do at that time. He didn't know what to call it. Kept hearing this phrase, sink or swim, sink or swim. And Adam will always say, you only fail if you don't adapt or keep going. Like a frog, if the frog stops in the water, it's going to sink, it's going to die. Called The Frog. I think it was only ever meant to be 6 months as The Frog in a pop-up. But that pop-up, which Jamie opened as well, won Restaurant of the Year all those years ago. And since then, The Frog has continued on. So it moved to Covent Garden. It's been there 7.5 years now, which is great. After lockdown, we wanted to sort of restructure and see where we wanted to go. I used to live in Falmouth. I studied down here, and my heart is in Cornwall. I absolutely love it. Woo! And Jamie kept coming down with me as well in London to surf and have fun. So I said, we've got to open somewhere in Cornwall. He said, if you find the site, you can do whatever you want. I was like, perfect. I found the site in like 4 days and then dragged him down the A30 through the horrible weather. He was like, this is awful. What are we doing? And pulled into Carbis Bay, and he was just mind blown and completely taken back. And that's how we feel every time we drive into the place. So Ugly Butterfly, the name being that there's no such thing as an ugly butterfly, and there's also no such thing as food waste if things are used properly and we utilize every part of every ingredient. So that's Ugly Butterfly. We started that concept in London years ago. We were doing F&B consultancy for the Cadogan Hotel, and working at a 5-star hotel in Chelsea, there's so much food waste, it's insane. When you're doing 24-hour service, someone wants a lobster at 2 a.m., they get a lobster at 2 a.m. But with that comes a lot of waste. So we opened a little Ugly Butterfly on the King's Road, got a little bike with one of those big buggies in the front, cycled down all the leftovers or the food waste, the shells, the peelings, to another chef team who turned it into something different and then sold it only with champagne. Kind of to ruffle some feathers in Chelsea, but it did a good job. And when we then came out of the lockdown, we said, where are we going to continue this? We wanted to do it in a fine dining setting, and Cornwall was just perfect, so we fell in love with it. And then we've got one more site. which is called the Lock and the Tyne. It's a country pub in Windsor, very quintessential British pub, all the classics, but this was called the Lock and the Tyne. I mean, we've all worked for Adam a long time, but two of the guys is 14 and 16 years, Johnny and Stephen. One is from Scotland, one's a Geordie, so they wanted their own pub. We called it the Lock and the Tyne for the two boys in the kitchen, and they're the co-proprietors of the business there as well, but super nice.
So a really interesting collection of restaurants that you have, and also now the Frog Art Gallery.
Yeah, that's the
was
latest
opened this
one.
week, wasn't it? It was
Yeah, we opened
the
it pretty recently, just around the corner from the Frog in Covent Garden. We've always had four pillars of our business. So there's food, music, alcohol, and waste, effectively. It's all of these different things. So with this, we wanted a space where it was kind of by accident. We needed a space. When I first started at the Frog in Covent Garden, there was about 10 people that worked there. Now there's 62 people just in that one restaurant. That's 62 pairs of shoes, 62 coats, 62 mouths to feed every day, and we have no space because it's a teeny tiny restaurant. So we rented a space around the corner. It's like a 5-story townhouse in Covent Garden, and we had a shop front. So we wanted to sort of lean into that next pillar, which is art, and it gives a space for artists that we love or, you know, young and upcoming talent to showcase their stuff for free, and then we just love it because it's our own art gallery, and we display all of that artwork in our restaurants as well. It's pretty cool.
Brilliant. Okay, George. Well, as we can see, you're already preparing the alcohol for the demonstration. But Jamie, you have dissected the scallop, haven't you? Tell us what we've got here then.
Yeah, so everything that comes through the restaurant, we take a sort of like whole ingredient approach to it. We try and use everything. With the scallops, it's quite simple. Most restaurants will open up the shell, take out the white, use that, the rest goes in the bin. Some restaurants go the extra mile, they'll use the roe, maybe a butter, or they'll dry it, grind it down. We're pretty much using 99% of it now across this serving in the restaurant. So we open the shell, we remove the white meat, which we lightly marinate, which we're going to cook in a moment. We take the roe, which we make a butter from, and then we take the skirts, which is not very commonly used, but we rinse them until they're nice and clean. Then we make a stock, and then we blend the butter from the roe into that stock to make a sauce. And then the final hurdle to get over really was how we're going to use the shells for something. So we've created this really beautiful, I don't know what camera's looking to show this, but this beautiful scallop shell bread. So we essentially make a Japanese milk bread, but using milk from Trink Dairy, which is just up the road from us in the restaurant, and some Cornish golden grains. We make the dough and we actually prove and then bake it inside the shell and then serve that alongside the dish.
And that looks so pretty, it really does. But how important is it to have all of these wonderful ingredients on your doorstep in a restaurant like the Ugly Butterfly?
It's incredible. We're so blessed in Cornwall. You know, we spend a lot of time across the rest of the group and the other sites and travelling, but you know, when we get to come back to Cornwall and we get to go visit the farms, the farmers, the artisans, the growers, it's really inspiring for us as a restaurant.
And do you use Cornish ingredients elsewhere in the group?
I try not to share them.
Good.
I'll be honest. You know, actually, a lot of the smaller producers that we use and the smaller farmers don't have the infrastructure even to deliver to London, which is kind of good because it means I get to keep it off myself.
And how often do you spend time here in the Ugly Butterfly? Do you travel to the other restaurants as well?
We're probably like 50-50 split between the rest of the group and then time in Cornwall. Obviously, Cornwall's super seasonal, so during the low season, it's hard to be here sometimes, just in terms of business. But yeah, we love coming back here every time.
So, George, you're going to talk about how important alcohol is, or matching a drink with the dishes that you're preparing.
I feel like you know me already.
I do. I can just tell.
Weirdly, I've got sort of known to be like a person in the no and low era, which is kind of bizarre because I drink definitely my body weight every day. But I think in the restaurant, we're super fortunate down here to have an amazing wine list. Probably got about 450 bin wine lists just in Ugly Butterfly, which is great. I think in Cornwall, a lot of restaurants could massively increase their wine list, but don't really know where to sit. As long as it's good value, then it's fine. But the great thing about Cornwall is there's such a diverse group of people. Some people that want to come and spend £3,000 on a bottle of wine. Some people want to spend 20 quid on a bottle of wine. I'm going to give them the same experience each time and give something amazing, but it's all about value.
If you're spending £3,000 on a bottle of wine, what sort of wine are you looking at?
I've got one ready for you. Whenever
Have you? Oh, great.
Value is a really difficult thing in wine. You've got to. It's like buying an antique. It's not always just about what it is. It's the provenance, it's the age, it's the maker, it's all of those things. But Adam's an 88 baby, so we always have lots of Chateau Lafite 88. If any Bordeaux fans in the room, come and see me. We'll look after you. Wine's a massively important thing for me and Adam, but also for me, for the guest experience, wine pairings can completely elevate everything that you're doing in restaurants. So trust us with the wine pairing if you come and see us, or our recommendations. The whole reason you go to restaurants is to try stuff you don't normally taste at home, and that's why I do it. And you've got to trust the sommelier in the restaurant to do their thing. If they give you something disgusting, feel free to tell them, because we'll take it back and we'll give you something else instead. It's about you having something you're going to enjoy. But what I always tell people when I'm teaching people about wine, certainly in the colleges, we're doing loads of work with Truro and Penwith at the moment, who I think are doing incredible work down here to boost the next sort of generation of hospitality. When you start getting into management, then you look at the P&L and you realise quite how different that can make to the business, but also the guest experience. And I think that the pairings we're going to sort of show here, I've got lots of wine here, by the way, so anyone that wants some, I'll come bring some down. Amazing.
You're going to have a problem. I mean, look, we've only got a few.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I mean, I will come round. If anyone has a vessel, I'll pour in as well as we go.
Oh, look, there's loads. Everyone's got vessels.
Funny that. Everyone's just down their drink. So I think for food pairing can just totally transform an experience. And I think even if the food can be okay in certain restaurants, if you've got an amazing sommelier, amazing front of house, it can make the restaurant a totally different level. Adam will always say the food and his name is going to get people to the restaurant the first time, and then it's our job to get everyone keep coming back. And I truly believe that. Not that I'm front of house focused or anything like that, but yeah, it's really important.
George, how do you go about then choosing the wines for the restaurants? I mean, I noticed you got a local wine here, Nitor.
Yeah.
Was it just, it's in Cornwall, let's have a go, or what happens?
I think we're super lucky that a lot of wineries and vineyards want to approach us to showcase on our list, which is great. I will never showcase a bad wine on the list. So, I'm not just going to put it on because it's Cornish. I put it on because it's great. So Nitor, I only tasted Nitor recently for the first time. There we go, some Nitor people in the crowd. And I think it's just amazing. I think there's so many people that just focus on Bacchus, which they do as well, and it's good. But and Rondo and these grapes that are grown so heavily on the UK. But now they're doing things like Riesling. We're making our sparklings in England as well, and I think that we have to shout about how great our country is in general as much as possible, and we're always going to list. But this particularly does go well with the dish that Jamie's making, which is amazing. Yeah, I'm going to give you some to taste in a second.
Brilliant. Well, let's go back to Jamie, because Jamie, you have cooked this scallop. Now, you said you marinated it. What did you marinate it in?
So we're making miso from leftover bread in the restaurant that we blend with chili. So chili miso, and then just let it sit in there just for a few hours before service. Just impart that nice heat onto it before we barbecue it and get that smoky flavour.
Lovely. And then you cooked it in butter?
Yes, just a little bit of butter, nice and foaming, nice and hot, and then just let it rest.
And it's really caramelised there.
Yeah, that's like miso, so you get really nice deep caramelisation on there. So it's charred, smoky, a little bit of heat.
And what's that?
This is a sauce made from the skirts and the roe.
Are you going to say anything more?
I just wanted some dramatic effect.
The excitement.
It's quite warm back
here. Don't talk for 2 seconds.
I know. Well, I was trying to, we're trying to make the most of you, Jamie. But so what are you doing now?
So I'm going to start to plate now. So we've got a really nice spiced carrot puree.
Okay. So here we go with the clever bits of preparing this dish. So George, what happened with that bottle? I mean, you have wasted at least 3 portions
I asked them to put it in the fridge, but it didn't happen, so that's what happens.
Okay,
Keep your champagne cold. These are going to be 3 of our wines we actually make in the UK as well.
Where do you make them?
We make them in Hampshire with a vineyard called Exton Park, if anyone's heard of it. Really beautiful winery. We've been doing lots of different wines over the last 10 years, but these guys just sort of the epitome of sustainability and what they do, and they're just great. And what's cool about them is because English wine's become so massive over the last 15 years, quite rightly, especially sparkling. Everyone's growing, juicing it, and just selling it straight away to try and maximise on the profit, which is totally fair enough. But these guys, we work with them because they held loads of wine back. So our wines are a blend of anything from 2011 to 2016. So it means we get more complexity, there's more depth, more flavour. So we released a Brut, a Blanc de Blanc, and a Rosé. I'm going to just give it all away. So again, get your glasses ready.
So
it's really good.
Did you sit down with the vineyard and say, actually, we quite like this because this will go with such and such a dish?
Yeah.
Or was it they came to you with their...
I think it's a bit of both. We drank their wines anyway, and what I wanted to do is create a wine that's perfect for when you come and enter the restaurant. That first racy acidity, fresh and light glass of wine. So we've got the Brut for that one. We then wanted to have one that was more savoury, more brioche-y, more buttery, that's going to be more food-led, which is the Blanc de Blanc. And the Rosé is just that when we were in Cornwall with our view out up to the sea. So a glass of Rosé in the sun is bang on. It's really good. Yeah.
And should Rosé be drunk just in the summer?
I drink it every day, so every day is fine for me. Yeah.
Right, Jamie.
Yes.
Carry on with your serving up.
Yeah, so in here we've added a little chili crumb, the carrot puree. I got the guys running around the coastal path this morning picking some really nice pennywort and some beautiful Elysium flowers. In here is really interesting. So we've got some Cornish lemon, kind of like a condiment almost. So lemons grown down on the Rosen Peninsula from lemon trees that are maybe, I think, 10 or 11 years old. They grew maybe, I think, about 100 kilos this year. And we took quite a lot of those, processed them, broke them all down, and we don't use any of the citrus in the restaurant. It's just not part of our ethos and what we're about. So to hear there were Cornish lemons, we're really happy about that. Yeah, and I'm just ready to carve a scallop.
Okay, you do that. And George, you said that it's really important to pair the wine or whatever you've got with the dish. So what was the thought behind what was going to go with the scallop dish?
Perfect. So I'm gutted that Adam's not here, and so is he. He's got his son today, bless him. It's his birthday, so couldn't make it down. But this is his favourite pairing. It's my favourite pairing. It's on in the restaurant at the moment. We do lots of different pairings in the space, whether it's just a purely English wine pairing or a classic pairing, whatever it might be. These are two of the wines that we're showcasing with this. And you first got to think about texture, about spice, about all the different flavour profiles that are going on. Now with this one, you got spice, which is the main thing we need to sort of think about with the wine. Anything too mineral, too light is going to get lost, so we need to change the sort of profile. Jamie's done that chili crumb. The roe butter sauce is really rich. The scallop has been, slow cooked, so you've got that smokiness, caramelization, and the citrus completely wipes everything as well. That's really strong, the lemons from down here. So with the wine, we're going for something off-dry. Anytime you have spice, you can lean in off-dry or go to a sweeter style. Certainly not wines that I think I'd have a whole bottle of, because it's quite complex, and that residual sugar can be off-putting to us who are used to drinking loads of dry white wine, but it works really beautifully. A little bit of the residual sugar, that sort of silky texture, tones down heat, draws out aromatics, and it works really beautifully. But texture is massively important with food and wine pairing. If you've got a really fleshy scallop, to have something which is quite textured, you can almost see it like syrup in the glass. It just elevates that texture on the palate, and it totally changes the experience. So that's why I choose that one.
So how are you going to hand these drinks out?
I think it's going to be a riot.
There's quite a thirsty crowd out there.
I mean, we're going to showcase there's a pale one and there's a darker one. The pale one is Nitor's Riesling, which is what we're pairing at the moment. This one, off dry, it smells really sweet, but it's actually much more fresh than it seems. This one is one that I'd lean to if you're into Riesling. This is from the Moselle in Germany. I think they produce the finest Riesling in the world. Sorry, Nitor. And it's from a producer called Dr. Lucen, called the Spice Garden. So definitely off dry, loads of aromatics, works beautifully with spice, and a little bit of like white pepper on the back of the palate. But I'm going to bring them down. You can take them. And then I'll also probably pour out the bottles. And then these, whoever's quick enough will do it.
Watch for the stampede.
Yeah, exactly.
But actually, in the meantime, we do want Jamie. Jamie has completed the dish, which just looks like a work of art. It just looks amazing, alongside the bread as well, Jamie. And this is very much a dish that you will find on the restaurant.
Yeah, this is on at the Ugly Butterfly right now. A variation is at the Frog, using langoustine at the moment instead of scallops. yeah, it's a serving that we're really proud of, and we use across the sites a lot.
Okay.
We're pretty spoiled here because we can get scallops pretty much all the time, which is amazing. In the frogs menu, it's called the best of Scottish waters because he's a very proud Scotsman, our Adam. So he believes that some of the best shellfish in the world is Cornwall or Scotland. So frog, a little bit further up, we only call it Scottish waters on the menu because it changes. We're not lucky enough as we are in Cornwall. It could be langoustine, lobster or scallop, depending on the day. We don't want to reprint the menu every day. It's a waste. So to have that means we can utilise the prime of one and use the offcuts of another and use it as the garnish. It's a great way of utilising every part of every ingredient.
George, you're holding back from handing out that
Right, let's
wine.
do it.
And, you know, not that people are gasping, but I think they're very keen to taste what you have been telling us about. So the lighter wine is the Cornish Nightor.
Oh, right.
And
would you
the Riesling
do you like wine?
is the other.
No, do we? Which is the rosé one?
None of them. You're not having any.
If anyone wants to
Yes,
try
I
that, if anyone wants to try this, I can as well. It's all completely edible.
So Jamie, can I just ask you, whilst George is
Hands up.
handing out the wine, how much work goes into putting dishes together when you are at the Ugly Butterfly or at the Frog?
I think once you have the concepts that we have of trying to use everything, it's quite simple. You just take one ingredient and then you make that your focus for the day, whether it be a whole deer if you're using venison or a certain cut of beef or something like that. And then you just apply the techniques that you already have around the restaurants to that specific ingredient, and then you usually find a way where you can use it all.
And as you say, that's a really important part of what the restaurants are about.
Yeah, 100%.
And how much work goes into making sure that absolutely everything is used?
It doesn't go on the menu until we can figure out a way across either the whole group to use an ingredient. So if it means we have to use some of it across the pub, or we use some of it across the Frog and then some like secondary cuts.
I think we've lost the audience to George. I mean, really, you know, it's pathetic, George, you walking around with bottles. But yeah, sorry, Jamie. You were talking about how a dish doesn't go on the menu until you've worked out how everything is used.
That's right. Yeah, we won't commit to a farmer or a producer or a grower until we know that we can use the whole of an ingredient. You know, quite a lot of restaurants will just buy fillets of beef where each cow only has one fillet. If you're buying 20 fillets for a week at a restaurant, it's quite sad to think there's 20 cows and it's just their fillets that you want to use. Obviously, there are other restaurants using different cuts and things like that, but when we work with small producers, small growers, small farmers, we can't say, okay, we'll take all your fillets and then hope somebody else will just buy the rest and use the rest. We feel a responsibility to use all of the ingredients that we buy from all of our suppliers.
And as you say, a lot of your produce when you're working at the Ugly Butterfly comes from Cornwall, and that's a really lovely thing, isn't it, that you've got all of these things on your doorstep?
Yeah, it's incredible. We're really, really lucky with the produce, and when we were looking to open a restaurant down here, it was one of the things that I was most looking forward to. You all right?
Yeah, brilliant. Well done, George. You've done your marathon. And have you enjoyed your little bits of Riesling and Nightor? Yes. Yes? Were you lucky enough to get them? Brilliant. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please say a big, huge thank you to George and to Jamie, of course, from the Adam Handling Group. You've bribed us with the bottles, George, and you did a very good job. But thank you so much for being here, and please say hello to Adam when you see him. Congratulations to him, of course, because it's been an exciting year. MBE in the
Big
New
deal.
Year's
Big
Honours
deal.
list as well. So fantastic. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. The next demo is with Olivia Barry and Ellie Wentworth, and we'll be starting at about 2:45. So see you then. Thank you. Made you speak. Oh my God, he's amazing.
He's the fluffer.
Yeah, he really is. Welcome to the next demonstration here at Porthleven, and I'm delighted to welcome onto the stage Olivia Barry and Ellie Wentworth. Two recognisable faces from Great British Menu, and in fact that's where the story starts. If you
encouraging all the next generation, females, everyone that's from food.
Well, let's go right back to the start for both of you. Was cooking a career that you always wanted to do?
I mean, I think I fell into it. I wouldn't say it was a career choice that I wanted to pick, but when I was at school, my dad said if you wanted to earn some pennies, you need to make sure that you get there and you do it. And I think it was the work ethic from my father that was like, you know, driven me to being the chef I am today. So I would like cycle to the work, do a bit of KP, cycle back, and I really enjoyed it. And then I wanted to do it as a full-time job, really. And then I went to MV College in Plymouth, and I got opportunities, and that's where I am now, really.
And what about you, Olivia?
Cooking's in my family. A lot of my family are chefs. I kind of left school without a clue about what I wanted to do, and then my mum very kindly told me that I could cook for a living, so I went down that road, did the Bournemouth and Bournemouth College catering, and then an apprenticeship. That's how I did it.
And then Great British Menu, what change did that make to your career, and why did you want to do it?
I wanted to do it because it's our restaurant, so any publicity or anything like that is amazing for it. Obviously, we're a small independent one in Bristol. I wanted to do it for that reason, and then they told me it was the all-female lineup, which scared me slightly. And then, just what it gives you, like the exposure and the opportunities that come from it are amazing.
Was that the same for you, Ellie?
Yeah, so I can't remember when I first did mine. It was 2018. So I literally just started the Angel, and within 3 months I got asked to do Great British Menu. And my first time was actually with Jude, so it was lovely. I think he's amazing, and he settled me in. It's nerves. I think it's different. It's not like different competitions. You're cooking to a brief. You're doing your style of food to hit the brief, and it's quite fascinating that every chef that is on the show does it completely different, and I think it's nice to see that other chefs take on a brief quite differently.
So, talking about food, what are you going to be creating for us this afternoon?
So I'm going to be doing free diver scallops, done these on the Great
Ellie, we're just going to move your mic because it's moved a bit.
That's all right.
And we want to be able to hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Got it? Liv thought she was getting away with me not chatting then.
No, I really want you to talk.
All right, so Olivia, let's just ask you a question. What are you going to be doing?
I am doing a strawberry tart with creme pat in the bottom, and then Cheddar Valley strawberry, so it's close to us in Bristol. On top, just a classic pastry.
And is this something that you like out of the cooking, or do you enjoy every part and every part of the menu that you create there?
I enjoy every part, but I own the restaurant with my husband, so we've definitely got separate areas that we work on.
Oh, right, okay.
It's how it works best for everyone involved.
So you concentrate on the sweet and the patisserie?
Yeah, and then do the breads, the petit fours, the pastries, and then sometimes the same, we'll share ideas with each other and just kind of work it out that way.
And what's it like having a restaurant and running it at the moment?
Very stressful. It's good. There's a lot of challenges at the moment that I think we are getting through, and hopefully it will get slightly easier as time goes on, but it's tough.
And did you notice more of an interest after you've been on Great British Menu?
Yeah, 100%. We were really busy. There's more people sending their CVs. It really helps with all of that for sure.
Okay, so Ellie, let's see if we can hear you now.
Can you hear me? Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, we can hear you now. That's much better.
Yeah,
So what is it that you're going to be preparing?
So I'm doing the tomato, so a little bit of the dish that I did on GBM, So it's the freediver scallops roasted. We've got a tomato and lemongrass caviar lime butter sauce. And then some fresh sea vegetables. We use the tomato ponzu to finish it at the end. And it's just with smoked butter and sea veg.
And Ellie, have you found your sort of style now that you're at the Angel at Dartmouth? I mean, it has such a lovely history, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, we're very lucky where we are. We're situated right on the South Embankment. For me, I just try to use, I really like using suppliers, talking to them, the history of the family and what they do and why they want to supply restaurants. So I normally go to them direct. Some, obviously, we can't get everything in Dartmouth, but most of the fish is all literally on Brixton Harbour, Brixton Market. I'm probably one of 6 that uses Jamie for his free dive scallops. They literally just come off the shore right in front of the Angel, and then within 2 minutes they're in the restaurant, so I'm very, very lucky to use him. But I mean, I like to use the ingredient, maximise it well, use the whole ingredient itself, and, just really nice, good food. Really.
And is this a dish that would appear on the menu?
Yeah, so it's going on next week. Yeah, so we're changing the menu to a la carte. We're trying to do something a little bit different, trying to be more accessible, give options to people. I think it's hard at the moment, the climate in the restaurants and fine dining, and obviously, people want to just come have maybe one main course or a starter and then go, but obviously we have the tasting menu next to it. So we always have Ellie's signature, which obviously every Saturday we just do the tasting menu, which really works well in the restaurant, and obviously for chefs and the mise en place and the prep load. But other than that, yeah, we want to just be a bit more accessible, and at the moment I think it's very difficult in the business and in the industry, so you need to sort of change with the way the country's changing, should we say.
Yeah. So you have quite adeptly shucked those.
Yeah. Well, I've lost my scallop knife, and I said to my sous chef today, "Where is it?" And I've had it for 12 years. And this morning I'm in Dartmouth trying to find my scallop knife, and I was like, "Oh no!" And then I'm using this, and I thought, "God," I nearly swore then. And then I thought, "Do you know what? It's either I don't know where it's gone. I've lost it.
Oh no!
I've lost my little baby, should we say? But it's fine." So it's all good.
You'll find it, I'm sure. So look at those. I mean, they are incredible, aren't they?
They're amazing, yeah. So, we, in the restaurant, so obviously we, clean them. But these literally came to me this morning. So we'll take the roe off, and then we'll do a scallop roe cracker. So this is what I did on GBM. So Ben's had this, actually, where he is. But we use, basmati, normal plain rice. We use water. We do a bit of pepper powder. The scallop roe, we blend it, and then we dehydrate it on 60 degrees for 6 hours, and then we can deep fry it in the fryer, basically. So I like to try and use the whole of the scallop. So the roe is absolutely, I prefer it in that kind of way than eating it like that, with nice roasted bit.
And Ellie, how much of your style of cooking has changed since you've been at the Angel?
Yeah, I think I've changed over the years. I've been at the Angel 6 years now, so quite a long time. For me, it's the whole package. It's the team. It's who we are. I don't think my style's changed as much. I think maybe it's got a bit simpler, more simple. I probably would say. But overall, it's just using the best ingredients and maximising it. Nose to tail, the whole the lamb or the pork or anything that we use. We try to use everything. So obviously, it's that we can show customers that there's no wastage and it's sustainable, etc.
And what have you got in this sauce that you're creating?
So at the moment, we make a tomato essence. I made that yesterday, so that takes 24 hours. So it's cherry tomatoes, lemongrass, basil, fennel, shallot, garlic. We use sparkling water, and we basically let that marinate for 24 hours, and then we blend it the next day, not to a full puree, and then we hang it, and the pureness of the tomato comes through, so it's literally very clear. And then we've made a reduction, which is white wine, vinegar, water, tarragon, dill, and shallots, and then you've got fish stock. So you've got three stocks, and then you use double the amount of fat, so you've got the same amount of cream in there. And then we make the beurre blanc with smoked butter. Yeah, not too much, but yeah.
But do you know, it's quite interesting you talked about the cherry tomatoes, because you'd imagine the sauce to be at least a little bit pink, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, I think because you're hanging it and you marinate it in the sparkling water and the olive oil, obviously the natural, the impurities go to the bottom. So when you have your consommé, all the clear liquid goes to the top, basically.
And that's what's happening. Are you all right? Yeah.
Right.
Are you?
Scallops are done.
Anyway.
I'm gonna put that in there.
How are you doing here, Olivia?
Huh? Me?
Yeah, over to you.
Oh, God. I'm making a creme pat. So I made a pastry, which you then rest in the fridge, roll out and bake, so you have lovely tarts. And then creme patisserie fills it with the strawberries on top.
Lovely. So you've got some vanilla.
Vanilla and milk I'm just going to bring up. In this bowl I've got sugar, corn flour, flour and egg yolk. Once that comes up I whisk it all together and then I'll cook it in the pan. That's it.
What was it like competing on...
With Ellie from the telly?
Yes,
Wow.
with Ellie from the telly.
Tough. It was good actually. I think, yeah, that's where we met and we didn't know each other before, but we got along really well, which was helpful throughout the process, having like someone to talk to who was in exactly the same position as you. So yeah, it's definitely a tricky place, but it was fun in the end.
And was it good for you to be out of your comfort zone and to sort of prove to yourself what you can do?
I mean, everyone says that's really good for you, but I didn't enjoy it hugely. No. It wasn't my favourite place to be.
So why did you accept doing it?
Because it is good to be out. Like, I know logically that is a good thing to do. I just wasn't prepared for quite how far out of my comfort zone I'd be. But, you know, it's all good in the end.
But great that you are now great friends with Ellie, and does that mean that therefore you're sharing recipes? You're just
share
at the end of
Yeah, she did help me with a recipe actually for the GBM one that I just did. Did the
1 second.
God, I'm trying to remember the name now. This is the thing. You forget what you've cooked. I did the venison dish, and I wanted to do my own charcuterie of the heart and the liver and stuff. So I asked Liv, she came to the Angel the year before, and she did a lamb dish with grated heart, and I was like, oh, that's banging. I was just like, Liv, can you give me the recipe? And she gave it to me. And then
well, there we go.
There we go.
There you are.
Sharon's caring.
It very much
is.
Yes. So that looks as though it's reducing quite well.
Yeah, I've just got to blend that, and then we finish it off right at the end with the butter. Tomato fondue. So a tomato fondue is quite a long process. So we get some tomatoes on the vine. We normally do a box at a time. Sorry? Oh, the butter, yeah. And then we blanch the tomatoes, take the outer skin off, put them into petals, take the middle out. We concasse the tomato up, and then in a pan, olive oil, brimwell shallot, thyme, bit of garlic, and then you cook the tomatoes down, and you really want like a really nice thick, almost like a thick tomato sauce, but it's with olive oil and the thyme, and then I blend that into the sauce with
Does it taste like ketchup, or is it a bit different?
Yeah, maybe.
So
yeah,
you've
it
got a
tastes
really
like ketchup.
concentrated tomato taste.
So
there,
it's
haven't you,
a
after
like
all
really
of those
thick tomato
processes?
fondue. Then you blitz that into the sauce. Then we use the tomani, which is a ponzu. So that's like the sweet and sour. And then I always do season my beurre blancs with sugar and salt. I think it needs both. Some might disagree, but sweet and sour always works for me. Yeah, and then we got some extra caviar, some sea vegetables. And then at the moment in the restaurant, since January, we've actually been growing our own microherbs. So the lady will come in, and obviously for the week I'll grow them, and then those herbs are ready for me next week. So we snip them in the restaurant, and yeah, but obviously it's been a process, because the first week I've overgrown them, I added too much water, so now I think it's just like, I'm getting to the process of like, chef, whoa, so they take 6 litres of water a week, and obviously, but it's nice for the younger ones to see to play, and how, we work with suppliers, and, it's family, everybody knows everyone, and it's nice to, work with
and of course it's
independent suppliers.
And not just the restaurant now, Ellie, because as you can see, Ellie has a book.
Yes.
So tell us about that and why you wanted to share your recipes with everyone.
That was Beauty of Love, actually. So I did this book last year when I was filming for GBM. So I got the phone call for GBM when I was on the photo shoot, and then I said, oh no, I'm not sure. But then I wanted to give it a last go. I think I've gained in confidence. I've been in the restaurant for 6 years, and I think my style and how I've developed as a chef, I thought, now I'm going to do it one last time and give it a shot. When I got the brief, I was like, oh my God, what have I done? Because I found it very difficult. I think all the chefs found it difficult. But once you get into it, it's actually like a real celebration of, the Olympics and what we have in the Southwest and and really you're just doing your style of food and you're doing it well. And, I was lucky to cook with some amazing chefs, and at the end of the, we're all friends. They're coming to the restaurant, I'm going to theirs, and I think that's how you really build great relationships. And, we're celebrating a region that is, for me, the best. Let's be honest.
Absolutely, it is. You're right there. But how easy was it to write those recipes for the book and translate them so that we at home can
I'm not going to lie,
them?
it wasn't easy. I spent my whole 2 days off every week at home, headphones in, writing recipes. And I think what is, as a chef, I think Liv will agree here, we just write 2 grams of this, 2 grams that, but, and then we don't write the method because we know the method. So I was like, da-da-da. And then my business partner was like, no, Ellie, you need to write the method. So I was like, yeah, boil the water. And no, put a pan on. And it was like and then actually you really think, wow, this, it was a dedication of love. It was a celebration of not just me, but Joyce Molyneux, and I think everybody knows who Joyce is. And Dartmouth, the Angel's got really a lot of history. It's had some amazing chefs go through that door. Alan Murkison, Pete Gordon, Joyce, and I think over the 6 years it's been a celebration of, what fantastic produce and how successful the restaurant's been, really.
In the meantime, let's go to Olivia, because you've just
Liv,
made
do
this...
a bit more chatting.
No, you're really good at it, Ellie. You are smashing it.
And so are you, actually.
Quietly.
So, what have you done?
That is creme pat. So it's the egg yolk. I boiled the cream, poured it over, and then cooked it in the pan. I will let that cool down. I've got a cooled down one, and then I fill the tarts with that.
And then the
top
strawberries.
Up with these strawberries, yeah. That's it.
Easy.
Nice and simple.
Lovely.
Yeah.
And Ellie, a lot of people I know have asked you.
Sorry.
Right.
Liv, can you get me some salt and sugar?
Sorry?
Is there some salt out there?
Yeah,
There
I'll
was
find
some
it.
salt there. Ellie, what about following in the footsteps of somebody
there salt
like
and sugar
Joyce
out on the
Molyneux, who, is just such one of the first female chefs, wasn't she? Who really broke
I mean,
through
I think
the...
she's a legend. She had the legacy there,
Yeah,
and
I'll
not
do
only
it
just
for
that,
her.
it's an opportunity for me. And when I was 26, I took that position as head
It's
chef,
fairly.
and now I'm exec chef of the group, and we have another restaurant, the Embankment Bistro. But at the moment, I think it's nice to see diversity. I think every chef now has like the fine dining restaurant and the brasserie or the bistro, because there's a lot of people in the country that want this. They want to go out and enjoy good, tasty food, but simple, simplified, should we say? So, what
That's
are you
your
doing?
sugar.
Is that sugar?
Yeah. They only had cubes.
Sugar cubes.
I've crushed it up for you. I've crushed it. You're all good.
Jesus.
Look.
God.
Now it looks like a sprinkle.
Brilliant. Well,
I've
that's
done it.
really
Oh,
good.
sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, that's really lovely.
Fair play.
Lovely.
Thank you.
There we go. There's
Yeah.
the sugar.
There's
What about the
salt out
salt? Did you bring the salt?
No, there's salt out there, I was
It's
told.
alright.
All right, okay. You're all right there.
Yeah. Only I'm tasting it.
Okay.
They wouldn't
that's
know,
fine.
would they?
No, they wouldn't, no.
That's the way forward, then.
Yeah, so we're talking about being a female chef, because that is something that we've seen more females turn to the career now, haven't we? And
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of opportunity out there, and like I say, I think any restaurant, it doesn't matter where it is, and I even say it to, I have CVs come through and they've worked at McDonald's. you're still learning, and it's the discipline. And I think any person that walks through your kitchen, if you're turning up on time, you've got an iron chef right and an iron apron, I will teach you everything you need to know. But if you don't turn up on time and you've got a bad iron apron, then see you later. Because I think it's a discipline. I think they need to know that it's the attitude that you need to wake up on time. Your job is very important. Don't be late because it causes problems. So I'm a little bit into that. So obviously, if they turn up 5 minutes late, it's all right.
Where are your chef whites tonight?
Yeah. But overall, I just think when I was younger and I was in really good kitchens, like, you always turn up 10 minutes before, you're in the kitchen, you're ready to work, you know, and if you didn't have an iron chef right, you would be sent home. And it sounds bad, but it's right, because I think any person, like, working in our industry, it is about the right attitude, and if you've got the right attitude, you've got the perfect team, for me.
And how important is it for you to be teaching the new generation of chefs?
I think it's very important. I think, you know, for us, you know, we were there, we were them. We were the ones coming through the ranks. We were the ones that wanted to be taught and working for us, who we thought were the best chefs. And for me, I think it's just the knowledge, like gain as much experience as possible, go and work for the chefs that you admire, and, you know, travel the world, do everything. Your world's your oyster, and I think it doesn't matter where it is. You know, there's loads of chefs, amazing talent in the Southwest. And it doesn't need to be Michelin, it doesn't need to be accolades. It can be any, you know, even we've got some amazing restaurants down our way, and some that have, you know, chefs. You can learn anything. I think, yeah, personally.
And do you continue to learn yourself as well, Ellie? Is that important?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's learning. I think we all do learn something. I think watching telly or reading recipe books, or, you know, going to restaurants and, oh wow, what's that, and why do they do that? I think a chef's mind is always thinking 24/7, personally.
So Olivia, you're now
Olivia,
putting
you two
together
talking now.
these strawberry tarts. Yes.
So dramatic, Ellie.
Right, we don't have any salt then, is it, right?
There's salt here, I was told. Do you want me to go get you some?
Well, yeah.
We can't see the salt.
Right, I'm going behind the curtain.
She's going behind the curtain.
So, how are you putting together these?
I'm just cutting the tops off because you don't want to eat them, and then put them in. That's it.
Brilliant.
Oh, I've only got really big ones left, which is very annoying because they don't look as nice, do they? But here we are. I mean, Ellie loves a question.
Olivia, what have you found, you know, through catering and through a career in the hospitality world?
I think it is like Ellie said, we all learn from each other. It's quite a share in hospitality. Like, if you are stuck on something or you're not sure what to do, like, I text Ellie or she'll text me. It's not like, it's a really friendly. You have to work really hard. You have to discipline yourself to be what you want to be.
Yeah.
But once you are there, there's a lot of opportunities to work with amazing people, learn loads. We are all still learning all the time, and it's just like, I'm not going to say it's not hard work, it is.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous hours, and it's all of that, but the positive side of it is, like, the family that's within it is huge.
And why is it important for you to be doing demos like this today?
So I love them so much.
we can tell that.
I think we're celebrating.
She's better.
Yeah, she is.
I love these. Well, yes.
She's great at the chat.
Yeah. I came here last year. Liv, did you come here last year?
No.
Yeah, so I
was
here last
bridesmaid
year.
for someone.
Jude's amazing. He's one of the best chefs in the South, like in Cornwall. I think he's great, and it's nice to work with Liv again. And we get a free drinky winkies. You know?
Well, there you go. What more can you ask for?
Not the reason.
Liv's not going to be honest there.
So
only one though. We only get one.
Yeah, that's right. You're only limited to one, aren't you?
Yeah, and then we're actually.
Your
We're
reputation
staying in the
follows
same place,
you.
so at least we can help each other home tonight.
Okay.
That's the main thing.
Brilliant.
We'll know where to go.
Yeah, we're not alcoholics. That sounded so bad. Barely have a drink.
So how are you finishing off this sauce then, really?
So I'm just using lemon juice. We've got the Tommy, which is it's an actual tomato ponzu. So it's almost like it's a sharp acidic, like vinegar, Japanese rice vinegar. Then we've got lemon juice, sugar, salt, and that's it really.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Just blending it up now. It's ready. I'm going to cook the scallops and then we're ready to plate.
Ready to wrap.
Okay, are you ready?
I'm
You
ready.
finished?
Yeah, I'm done.
Jeez.
You've been talking too much.
Oi!
Where's she gone? She's walked off stage. You
She's
made it
done.
That means you've got to answer a question.
Ah, bring her back. There she is.
Olivia, what next for you? You've got the restaurant. Is that something that you always wanted? Was that
Yeah.
your ambition?
That was the dream. We've got our restaurant, which is amazing. Like, we're on the lookout for site number 2, whether that ever happens. God
Are you?
only knows.
Fair play. You said it out loud now.
Well, yeah. We are.
Yeah.
It's not a secret. But yeah, we're concentrating on that one for now, but with an eye to open something else soon. So we will see.
And will it be a different style, or is it going to still be true to what you are?
It will be the same, as in we'll use the best ingredients that we can get our hands on, but different. At the moment, we only serve a tasting menu, so you want to like open it to more, not small plates, but yeah, a la carte. So you've got more options. You can come and have 1, 2, whatever you want. Build your own menu, kind of thing, with a lot of wine. A lot of wine. We'll sell a lot of wine.
And still within the same area of where you are, Bristol? Or?
Yeah, Bristol. I'm Bristol, born and bred. I'm not moving out of Bristol ever. So we're central Bristol. I'd like a more neighbourhood like where we live, closer to that, but it's wherever the opportunities is.
We wish you luck in that, and I hope that goes really well.
Thanks.
So, Ellie, last minute
Oh, we only got
preparations.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now you're no swearing.
So
Ellie.
what have you got?
I actually made everything. I should have
You
done
did.
what-
You had your tomato. You bought that
should
with
have
you.
did what Liv done, bring the tart case.
Took me ages last time.
Yeah. To be fair, we did it all this morning, didn't we? Yeah. So this is just a bit of sea beet. We get this from our fish supplier, Flying Fish. Oh.
And what are you cooking it in there? Is that butter?
That's just an
and
emulsion.
water?
So
Yeah.
we use water, butter. We do normally weigh it out in the restaurant, but I haven't weighed it out today, so I'm not going to say that. But yeah, we use...
You said it.
Yeah, a litre of water, we do 365 of butter, and then 90 grams of salt. So it's perfectly seasoned, and Charlie will use that to cook all vegetables, glaze up asparagus, anything that really needs the emulsion, basically. We normally do that, we do that fresh every day. But I normally use it to cook all the sea vegetables or anything like along those lines, really.
So you sprinkled a little bit of salt
Yes,
onto the
got a little bit of
scallops.
salt here. Yeah.
Found it.
Yeah, found it.
It's meant to be moulding somewhere.
Yeah. And then I'm just going to give the scallops a nice roast, low and slow, because of the oven. But with fresh scallops, they do take longer. Now, me and Liv do use the same supplier. Obviously, he's very hard to get hold of, I would say, with meaning like because he's got the amazing product, like he puts himself out there like quite a bit, and obviously because Liv lives in Bristol, he actually hand delivers them himself. He likes doing everything, just from the delivery to obviously free diving, and he free dives. I think if you go on my Instagram you'll see, but he free dives 40 to 50 feet. He hand selects the scallops on the ground, so you're not, it's not too much. It's not a single place. It's not like you're scooping up everything, and then he comes out and
They're the best scallops I've ever seen.
Yeah, they are. And obviously, I'm
And
very
they
lucky
fight
that
you.
I'm, I can have them in the restaurant, and let
Yeah, you
customers
just said
taste
just
them.
outside
Yeah,
your
exactly.
front door,
But
really.
we get them delivered, and then they're on the menu the same day. But we try to do get 30, 40 a week. Because I like to use them as soon as they come in, and they're that fresh. They last 4 or 5 days, literally even longer. Like this is this morning, and
You
they're
sell
that
out of
hard.
them there. I
Yeah.
can never. We put
Yeah.
them on as a special. As soon as they're on,
Yeah.
they're gone.
Obviously, they do come with a price. I'm not going to lie to you, but still the best thing, and
You don't even get
Yeah.
the delivery charge.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, yeah, combo. I shouldn't get the delivery charge, should I?
Well,
if he's listening now, you better not, Jamie.
I think
Right,
it's,
so I'm
you
just gonna
should
put
treat
a little
everyone
bit
the
of
same.
seaweed here, and then obviously,
Here she goes.
huh? Well, we need to get a bit of colour on her. God, I feel
Just
nervous.
leave them in there.
This is like me cooking when the boys will watch me cook scallops. Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
So, Ellie, you've got the restaurants, you've got your cookery book. What next?
Well, I'm actually getting married this year.
Woo!
Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, I'm organising that, so honestly, I don't...
You're not having to cook for your own wedding, are you?
No, I'm not.
Are you not? Huh?
I'm not cooking, no.
I thought I was going to get a nice meal.
Well, we're having our wedding at Deer Park, so the venue's cooking for us. Thank the Lord. Because, But no, it was, a bit... We got engaged last year, and it was a bit quick, but the venue, and I know Mark very well, and... and my dad loves it, and it's a lovely venue, little country house hotel, and you haven't replied yet.
I did.
Olivia.
I texted you.
No, you can't do that for a wedding.
Yeah, she said, "Oh, I'm not sure."
Right.
I said, "Remind me of the date."
And I was thinking, it's a Sunday night. Who does not have Sunday night off? Come on.
In the chef world.
I've got 3 kids, Ellie.
Yeah, well,
they don't have
can't
Sunday
come.
night
But sorry, Jamie. But no. So that's, and then I'm not sure what the plan's next. Obviously, we're just going to see how it goes. Obviously, 6 years at the
Write
Angel.
another book?
Sorry?
Write another book?
Possibly. Obviously, doing a couple of things with some companies at the minute, but obviously can't say too much. But other than that, we're working hard and playing hard, shall we say.
That's good. That's a good balance, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah, brilliant.
Right.
So those are really coming up well, aren't
thank
they? That
you.
lovely colour.
Yeah, that's it.
Of those scallops there.
She's not happy with that pan. Look at her face.
No,
She's mad.
I can't.
She's mad.
No.
I'm not. It's just not a GBM pan.
No, it isn't, is it? I'm
Those
sorry.
pans are,
I
honestly,
think, were they the
You put them
best?
on and straight away they're hot, and then you turn around and
Fire.
fire. Yeah. So the heat should just literally carry on cooking, and then
Yeah, because you don't want to overcook those gorgeous
No,
scallops, do
exactly.
you?
So while they're doing their thing, I'll turn all this off. So Charlie's happy. And then, so we've got some wasabi crackers here. So again, we make these in the restaurant. So basically, it's just
I'll have a bit of wasabi cracker.
Oh, you want a bit?
Yeah.
It's got no salt on, actually. There you go, you can have that.
Thanks.
And then I'm just going to put a little bit of caviar on that. Obviously, this would be the scallop roe cracker, but I just bought that as an alternative. Because I didn't have time to make these last night, otherwise. Okay, so let's take these off now. So normally I let these rest, and then we put some burnt noisette on there, and we carve them. Can you just let me a board? A cutting board?
Yeah.
Thanks. Just put that one in there. Or should I just
There's only wooden boards.
That's what
You got. No.
It's all right. I'll cut it.
No, it's fine. Have you got
I'll cut
another
on a
board?
plate. Okay, and then we got a bit of extra caviar on here. Everyone loves caviar, don't they?
Here you go, Al.
Cheers, on.
Oh, well, I said to her, why
I did
you
it
look
on
at
a
the stuff
plate.
she's
I was
got?
naughty.
She don't even need this.
No.
Yeah.
Right,
Don't use it. Don't use it as a weapon.
Who's that?
I'll put my board down.
Right, and then a little bit of saucy woolsey. That's it. Voila.
Voila.
Yeah.
Ellie style. Scallops Ellie style. But beautiful.
Yeah. There we go. Probably enough sauce here to do another 20, but that's it.
Perfect.
Right, thank you. Thanks
Well,
for inviting
thank
us
you.
on stage.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much to
Olivia.
Ellie and Olivia. Amazing dishes there.
There we go. Thank
And
you.
we wish you every success
thank you
and
very
congratulations and have a very happy wedding day.
Oh,
That'll be
gosh, I think
fabulous.
I will, don't worry.
Yeah, I'm sure you
Don't
will.
worry about that.
And are you going to go?
Yeah.
Of course she is. There you go. You got it now. You've got all of these winners.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. It really is lovely to see you. And I hope the cookery book is a great success as well.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll come and see you very
If
soon.
anybody would like the book, I've got my website. It's elliewenworth.com, and you can pre-order, and I can do a personal message, and I'll send it out to you. And it'll be with you by the 30th, 1st of June.
Fabulous.
All right, thank you very much,
Thank
guys.
you so much, Ellie and Olivia. Brilliant. So Ellie and Olivia leave the stage. If you do want to take photographs, then please do of their food. It's looking fantastic. The final demonstration for today is at 3:30, and that's with Ben Palmer. And he is from the Sardine Factory. So there we go. See you then. Well, hello and welcome to the final demonstration in the Chef's Theatre for today's Porthleven Festival Day. And what a way to finish. Ladies and gentlemen, Ben Palmer. So
hello.
Ben runs 2 restaurants in Lou, Sardine Factory and Yamas. But Ben, it's just been an incredible year for you, hasn't it, this year?
Yeah, it's been mega. I mean, I was always generally pretty busy, but now it's like next level busy, which is a good problem to have. So,
I mean, it's a bit like a Great British Menu reunion this day today, isn't it? Because very much your journey on that was something that we all watched with great interest and excitement as well. So tell us about that.
yeah, so being a chef in my career, I kind of grew up watching Great British Menu. It was one of those things that was always like, I'd love to do it one day. Then eventually, after many years of getting asked to do it, it was like, let's do it, let's throw the kitchen sink at it. So I put everything I had to it, lots of time, lots of effort, and I just wanted to go on there. I wasn't bothered about winning, I was just like, I just want to go on there, I just want to get through the week, I want to cook my whole menu, and I'm good. That's all I wanted to do. And then obviously, you know, I was with some fantastic chefs like Ellie, who you've seen, Andy, Mike, and then representing the Southwest was amazing. You know, it was kind of like really kind of cool, and you know, I was very proud to be representing the Southwest, and the fact that I managed to get to the whole week and then win for the Southwest was incredible. So I was like super chuffed, and I didn't expect it at all. You know, I was just very happy that I managed to get to the judges' chamber and cook for them. So, but kind of winning it off just kind of tops it all, really.
So, yeah, we're talking about Great British Menu and how important it was, but actually you're doing a very adept part of the menu, chopping up all sorts of things for the dish that you're going to create. Perhaps you could tell us a little bit more about it.
Yeah, so the dish that I'm doing today, it's super seasonal. It kind of like, it reflects kind of like the ethos of me and my cookery in my restaurants. It's super tasty, it looks really nice, and it's not too complicated. We take fantastic produce, just like all the chefs here. We take fantastic produce. Being based in the Southwest, that's a very easy thing to do. And then we treat it simply with some care and some love, some chefy love, and then that's kind of it really. So we're doing some Lou turbot. So I'm very lucky to be in Lou, watch the fishing boats come in on a daily basis. We have great relationships with the fishermen. So I've got some Lou turbot. I'm doing it with some local Cornish mussels. I'm going to use some offshore cider, some wild garlic and some leeks, and that is it. That's the kind of basis of the dish.
Brilliant. And as you say, this very much reflects your menu and where you come from as well. Was that important when you were cooking on Great British Menu, for you to really fly the flag? I mean, I know it was for the Southwest, but was that one of the reasons why you decided that now was the right time to go on to Great British Menu?
I mean, yeah, to say, like, you know, we're very lucky to have such fantastic ingredients. So, yeah, to be able to represent the Southwest was great, and I just knew that whatever kind of brief it was, whatever we were going to do, the produce that we were going to bring and the mindset and everything from the Southwest, you know, we've always got a very good chance of doing quite well on the show, just because of, you know, I mean, I don't know if you guys watch Great British Menu, but I thought the Southwest this year was a pretty good region to kind of finish on. Exactly, yeah. So I was very kind of proud of how we all got on, how the camaraderie between the chefs and things like that, I thought was amazing. So,
yeah, I mean, that's something that we just discovered with Olivia and Ellie as well, that actually friendships are born out of Great British Menu, even though it really is quite a pressurised programme to be on, isn't it?
It is. I mean, the pressure is huge, but I don't think you can forget that we're all there for the same reason. There's no point in being an absolute plonker towards anybody else, because it doesn't help you. You don't get anywhere with it. You know, I'm just that kind of guy. You know, I think that everybody should help each other out, and just be nice. I'm a big fan of just being nice. You know, it makes you go a long way.
Great. So you've put into that pan now the mussels.
Yeah.
But you also put in other ingredients like fennel and...
Yeah, absolutely. So the base of the dish, obviously we're using leeks in the dish. So basically I'm going to steam the mussels off in some leek trim. I've got some fennel in there, some thyme, some garlic, bay leaves. I've kind of sweated that down a little bit. I've put the mussels in there. Now we're going to go in there with the offshore cider, like that. Then we're going to put a lid on, then we're just going to steam them until they open. And then we're going to take the mussels out, and then we're going to reduce the liquid to make the sauce. So very simple, very tasty. This is definitely something you could do at home.
Yes, we can try. I think we're always quite suspicious, aren't we, about shellfish, and what not to do so that you poison you and your friends. I mean, that's the concern, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, people are always kind of like it's the same thing with people like we my restaurant, the Sardine Factory, we serve a lot of fish, a lot of shellfish. It's very important to watch what you're buying, so it's incredibly important to make sure it's all fresh. And yeah, I mean, and obviously you do the checks that you're kind of fresh fish shouldn't smell fishy. I know it sounds funny to say that, but fresh fish shouldn't smell. Always check for the signs of very fresh gills. If it's slimy and stuff as well, that's a really good sign. That means it's fresh. But if a fresh is really pongy, stinky, hasn't really got a good appearance, a bit like if you, I don't really mind, if you see somebody and they look a bit kind of like, it's kind of like,
Careful
do you know what I mean? It all comes down to just common sense, you know what I mean? If it looks slimy, it looks like it's just come from the sea, it doesn't smell like it's fresh fish, so yeah, it's really important.
Good. Well, that's a good one then.
I'm trying to think of don't use any videos.
I don't quite know how to follow that.
But
anyway, we were talking about shellfish, and you were saying that you just need to be really careful. So, what are the rules with cooking mussels then?
So mussels, obviously, we get them. We sell like hundreds of kilos a week. So the thing there is make sure they're not open. So wash them in fresh cold rinse them in fresh cold water. If there are any that are cracked, then discard them. If there are any that are open, just give them a little tap and they should close up. That means they're still alive, so they're good. If they don't, then they're dead, then that means you need to discard them. You don't want to be eating dead mussels, again, because they probably will make you poorly. It sounds quite scary, but generally the mussels and the shellfish that are on offer these days are generally pretty good. That goes for oysters as well. Some people are like, I'm not a fan of oysters, or I had an oyster, it's made me poorly. I don't think, or I can't remember the last time that I've ever kind of come across somebody that's kind of had that or experienced that, because the quality of shellfish and produce we get is so fantastic. So
So then you opened the Sardine Factory in Loo, and then you decided to open something completely different in the Greek restaurant Kereama. So what was the thought behind that?
So I've got a big kind of love affair for Greece. Again, on Great British Menu, my main course was Greek themed. I was just 1 point away from winning the main course, which is really cool, and I'm so happy about that because it was Greek inspired. But I've got a huge love affair for Greece. We spend a lot of time there. My wife has a house there. I go there a lot as a family with my children and my parents. My wife grew up there on and off for a number of years, so we've got quite a big attachment. I was very lucky to have cooked over there as well, having to get to know some people. So I did a pop-up restaurant out there in Greece. It's in Kalamata. It's about 45 minutes from Kalamata, so that's where the olives come from. So it's a fantastic part of the region, and yeah, I've just got a huge love affair for Greek cookery. And then when I cooked over there, I met some Greek chefs, some fantastic Greek chefs who are equally as passionate about food as I am. And somehow we had a conversation. It's like, come to Loo in Cornwall, and let's. There was a derelict building that was. It was opposite my restaurant now, the Sardine Factory. It's been closed for a number of years. It's right on the water, and I was like, why is nobody doing like something there? So we managed to get hold of the restaurant, and now it's a Greek restaurant. So we do a Greek restaurant using Cornish produce, and yeah, it's very special to us.
So would you say it's sort of like an anglicised Greek restaurant, or how true to the Greek recipes?
It is authentic as they come. We have Greek chefs, so my Greek business partners are Greek chefs through and through. We do traditional Greek dishes, elevated to kind of like the market in terms of to where we are, using Cornish produce, but it is traditional Greek cooking, traditional Greek methods. Like, it doesn't get any more Greek than that. It's not kind of Greek and throw a few chips on the side. I think it is authentic Greek cooking with traditional recipes. So yeah.
So that must have been great for you to have had that thought and ambition, and then to have opened a restaurant very close to yours as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like literally from my restaurant, Sardine Factory now, I can look out the window and I can see the other restaurant. So it's fantastic, and we're very lucky to be able to do that. And we've been welcomed with the different cuisine of Greek in the town fantastically, which has been really cool. So it's all going really well. It's the first season this season. They're nice and busy already, which is really cool. So we're very lucky, and the fact that they're over here in England doing their Greek thing is pretty remarkable. Yeah.
Brilliant. So those mussels didn't take very long to cook, and now you're
so these are steamed.
Them out of the shells.
They're all open, which is good. I'm taking the meat out of the shell, and we're just going to keep the meat warm. And then the shells we are going to roast in the oven, just to kind of get a bit of a roasty, kind of sticky mussel shell flavour, which we kind of then infuse into our sauce. So we've used all the juice. So the juice is on here, which is just reducing now, just to make it a little bit more intense. We're going to finish that with a little bit of cream. I'm going to make it nice and frothy, because I'm a chef and it's a bit of a chefy thing to do. And I'm a fan of, obviously, sauces these days. I know kind of there's lots of variations of sauces, but I'm a fan of the sauce not being too heavy. I don't want it to be too claggy, I don't want it to be too thick, I don't want it to be too rich. So I'm actually quite a fan of kind of sauces being quite light and not too heavy at the minute. Especially the time of year, I think it kind of goes quite well as well. So, right, so the mussel meat's in there. I'm just going to keep that warm, keep it to one side. The mussel shells, I'm just going to pop in the oven. They're going to dry out and get a nice kind of bit of sticky, kind of roasty flavour, and that'll kind of come through into our sauce, and the liquor's just reducing there. So we're all good. There we go. Just turn that down.
Now, you said that Great British Menu was an amazing thing for you, and in fact you're reflecting some of the recipes in your restaurant at the moment, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm crazy enough to have decided to put my Great British menu in on my restaurant at the moment. So it's like we are running our normal menu, and alongside it is pre-bookings only, so you have to pre-book online. But I am doing all my dishes that I did on Great British Menu. So my starter, my winning banquet starter, which I was lucky enough to win and go to Paris with. So we're doing that. We're doing the scallop dish. We are doing my Greek lamb main course, and then we finish off with my famous Sheila's clotted cream ice cream, which some people may know or may not know about.
Why don't you tell us a little bit more about Sheila's?
So I was like, okay, so what am I going to do for dessert? And I was like, so I had my main, my starter, and I was like, I know, because we serve soft serve ice cream in the restaurant. So soft serve ice cream is like a big thing I wanted to try. I was like, okay, let's make our own Cornish clotted cream soft serve mix. That would be really cool to have on at the restaurant. And I was like, sod it, I'm going to do an ice cream trolley for my dessert course. So I made a big ice cream trolley. I thought, I'm going to take my ice cream machine to Great British Menu with me, all the way up. I'm very lucky to have a dad that kind of chucks everything in the van for me. So he drove it up to the studio, backwards and forwards. She's called Sheila.
Any reason why?
I don't know, it just seemed a very fitting name at the time. I've had so many messages from people called Sheila on Instagram as well.
I bet,
crazy.
yeah.
Anyway, so I did a beautiful clotted cream soft serve ice cream. And then on the day when I was competing with Ellie, on the final day, Sheila just decided to have a bit of a mare and just stopped working.
Oh,
so she just stopped. It's never happened before. She's never, honestly, it's like it just kind of just happened. I don't know what it was.
It was a sign, wasn't it?
It was a sign. It was beeping. It was saying all these different messages. I don't know what was going on. So it was a bit kind of touch and go, and I was a bit like, well, I haven't got any ice cream. That's it. I'm done for, kind of thing. And then all of a sudden, when I needed the ice cream, I had about a 5-minute gap. I went to it, and it started pouring ice cream. So I managed to get ice cream and take it to the judges' chamber. And then when I came back, all the crew were like, "Oh yeah, we've got ice cream. Can we have some ice cream?" And it stopped working again. So it only worked for a certain amount of time to me to get at the judges' chamber, and then it stopped again. So yeah, I don't know what happened. And then also it happened in finals week again. So I don't think Sheila likes being taken up country.
No, she doesn't like being taken out of Cornwall.
I think she
I mean,
wants
really,
to,
that's the thing. And how has the menu gone down for people who?
Oh, it's incredible, honestly. Like, so to put all the effort, time, and love into the dishes that I did on Great British Menu, to be able to cook that for the public is, it's a huge kind of honour. It's a pleasure for people to be able to kind of taste all the things that I created. So yeah, we've had a huge amount of bookings. I put it online to be able to book, and it just took off and went crazy. So it is pre-booking only. We do have a few people that get through the cracks and turn up and say, "Oh, I want that menu," and I'm like, "It is," because we can't keep up. It's kind of, we can keep up, but we have to kind of monitor it and just keep a close eye on it. So it's not too crazy for the staff, and you know, it doesn't send them over the edge too much, you know.
And then how much practice time did you have before you went on to Great British Menu?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I get asked that a lot. I mean, like, so you get you get casted, you get called, you get to you know, they say, you know, this, you know, you're going to be going on the show, which is fantastic news. Then they send you the brief. You know, so I was kind of with Ellie on that. I kind of saw the brief and I was like, oh my god. It was the Olympics. It's like, just to do some food and obviously, you know, do some really nice dishes is, you know, it's difficult, but you can get it done. But the fact that you've got to try and tie all those dishes into the great, you know, the Olympics.
The
it's
theme.
Obviously, yeah, the theme, the Olympics is a pretty big ask. So it took a lot of time. And I remember being on my family holiday in Greece, typing out recipes and having calls with GBM for my menu. But yeah, I think you get a good few weeks, a good couple of months, but obviously once you kind of submitted your recipes, kind of like that is that, you can't change your dishes. So once you've kind of committed, you've kind of committed.
And on top of running a busy restaurant, that must have been quite hard.
Yes.
You know, looking at the
absolutely.
recipes and deciding what you were going to do.
Yeah, so to be able to put a lot of time and effort and practice into Great British Menu, as well as running a very busy restaurant, was very tricky. So it was kind of, you know, as all the chefs were kind of going home, we'd clean down and I'd stay with my wife in the restaurant till 2 or 3 in the morning, making ice cream, cooking lamb, all those kind of things.
Well done to your wife.
I just need to grab some double cream if that's okay.
Okay, you go and get some double
2
cream.
seconds.
I'm here, loose in the kitchen. I could do all sorts of damage, but I won't even touch any of this. But the turbot is cooking nicely, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, brilliant, you're back. Good. So you're putting the cream into what was the mussels?
So that was the mussel juice, which runs from the cider and all the aromats. So I've put some cream in there. I've got some mussel shells. They've just gone a bit dark and sticky and they've got kind of roasted flavour there. So I'm just going to put that in the cream and just kind of infuse that. So you've got like a roasted mussel sauce. The fish is frying nice and gently in the frying pan. So the fish is obviously incredible fish from Lou, a huge Lou turbot that we had. The rest of it's going on the menu. I took the fillets off. I brined it as well. So we brine it in like a salt solution with some kombu. So that kind of like seasons the fish, gives it a nice texture, does all sorts of kind of like positives for it really. So it's kind of like seasoned already, so we don't really need to, you know, kind of season it. So it's actually cooked perfectly.
So what did you add to the mussels?
So the mussels, I'm just kind of keeping them warm really. So what we've got here is some butter, so brown butter. So you put some butter in a pan, you put it on a gentle heat and it will start to turn brown. It gives a nice kind of nutty, biscuity flavour. And I just infused that with seaweed. So we're going to brush that over the fish and we just kind of toss some mussels in it really. Just kind of give it an extra kind of little bit of flavour. Again, but we're not too far off kind of from being finished really. We're just waiting on the fish and then we're all good.
So despite all of those early mornings, late night early mornings on the way, it was all worth it?
Yeah, it was worth it. Yeah, it was an incredible experience. It's one of the hardest things I've ever done, but it's also been the most rewarding. And looking back on the experience in terms of what I did with Ellie and Andy and Mike, and then going to finals week. I mean, I went back to finals week, you know, and as I said, all I wanted to do was go on there and just cook my whole menu, and I was happy. So to be in finals week against some of the best chefs in the country, best restaurants in the country, was incredible. And the fact that I managed to win a dish on the first day was amazing. And obviously the banquet was in Paris, the ambassador's residence. So that was a huge honour and privilege to be able to cook there. I've never experienced anything like it. It was incredible.
It was beautiful, wasn't it? An
It is.
amazing place.
Yes, Paris was incredible.
Now, if you did Great British Menu again, would you do anything differently?
Well, when you say do Great British Menu again, if they ask me again, I'll probably say yes. If you ask my wife, she'll probably say no. But yeah, I mean, like, you know, you're probably going to be a little bit wiser going into it and knowing what to expect. But you know what, like the whole experience, the crew, the producers, everybody there are incredible. Like, you know, there's some incredible people there. I've made some friends for life, that's for sure. You know, nothing was too much, but I think like I gave it my all. I didn't want to go on there half-hearted. I literally planned and practiced so much. I mean, I had beetroot coming out my ears every day and lamb and everything. I was making ice cream. it took me about 3 months to develop the ice cream recipe, and some days I just felt like checking the ice cream machine in the river. I still do some days.
Well, no wonder Sheila was having a little bit of a mare.
Yeah.
You overworked her.
Yeah, no, she's doing overtime at the minute, I can assure you. She really is.
Oh, brilliant. But what did you learn about yourself as well, Ben? Because that is something that everyone says, they come out of it in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I always kind of say to my, my young chefs, whatever you put into something, you'll get out. So if you put everything you've got into something, you're going to get more out. So for me, I was always a firm believer in, give it your all, and good things will happen. Everything takes a bit of time, and I gave it my all. I practiced, and and then it kind of showed in the end result. So I'm a very firm believer in that. The support I had from my family, my wife, and my children as well, was incredible. Like, I'm very lucky to be able to have them alongside me. My wife and my mum. My mum knitted some of the props as well. If I don't tell you that, I'm going to get in trouble. So yeah, she did a lot of knitting for me, which I was very grateful for. So yeah, it was a fantastic experience. Like, one that I look back on. I will continue to look back on for a long time. Right, let's take that off.
So that's looking amazing. The golden colour that's been created, and you put some more butter on that.
Yeah, I brushed the seaweed butter over the fish. That'll just kind of finish cooking. The mussel sauce is infused, so I'm just going to strain that again now. And then in a minute, we'll be ready to plate. So this as well, I've just sweated off some leeks very finely in some butter and some salt, and then added some wild garlic to it as well. Like, the wild garlic's in abundance at the minute. It's around everywhere. So, to be able to grab that from the hedgerow is really cool. If you do that, just be careful where you grab it from the hedgerow. Don't grab it down too low where people walk their dogs, because obviously it won't give off the same effect. But if you catch my drift. Cool. So we're pretty much there. Am I good to plate? We're all good? I'm not kind of over time or anything? Cool. We'll start bringing it together. And then we're going to finish it with a nice blob of caviar on top as well. So as you can see, I took the fish off the heat. It's still kind of cooking there, which is a really important thing to do, which is, I kind of tell a lot of people. The residual heat in a pan will obviously finish the cooking off. You don't need to cook the hell out of a piece of fish. Take your time, be gentle with it, which is really important. Right, cool. Let's start to plate up. So I'm serving this in a bowl plate, obviously, because it's got some sauce with it. So again, just some really nice leeks that are just seasoned with a bit of salt, and then obviously I think like leeks cooked in garlic butter is one of the best things that you can taste, really. As I say, I'm a big fan of keeping things quite simple and making things super tasty. That's really important to me. Kind of in my career, I started off, I'm the grand old age of like 39 this year, so I'm getting on a bit.
You are, aren't you?
But I've done all those kind of crazy things in my career and put like blue cheese ice cream on things and all that kind of stuff, and it just kind of, now I've come full circle. So now I take classic flavours that just work, and we put our chefy twist on them and things that just generally taste nice, and people are familiar with. I don't like to alienate people in terms of, I want them to be able to understand and know what they're ordering and what they're eating, which is a very important thing in my restaurants and how we cook. So the leeks and wild garlic on the bottom. I've got the mussels, which are just nice and warm, seasoned with a little bit of salt and seaweed, like that. The fish is going to just cook through. As I say, I've not put any seasoning on this because it's been brined. That's the sauce there. We're just going to blitz that in a second. Give it a whiz. Like so. Go. So a nice kind of light frothy sauce around the outside. It's not too heavy and not too claggy. I don't want it to be like, oh god, it's too rich and you can't have a pudding. We want people to have ice cream.
They've got to have ice cream, haven't they?
So there's the sauce there, like so. Not too much of it. So it's quite light because obviously we are in the summertime. This here is some wild garlic and leek oil. So the tops of the leeks, which are quite dark, which we don't use, We blitzed that into an oil with some wild garlic, so that's like a leek and wild garlic oil, which we're just going to kind of put around the plate as well to give an extra kind of boost of flavour. Looks really nice, doesn't it?
It's fabulous. I love the colours of it.
Nice and green. And then we've got some beautiful turbot that goes on top, like so. I've cooked an extra bit so the guys in the back can have some. And then I've got some umai caviar. So being a chef, I'm a massive fan of caviar. So's my wife. She loves the stuff. This is from the same company as N25. Do you like caviar?
Yeah?
Yeah, caviar's lovely.
Well, I think everybody loves caviar.
Yeah, everybody loves caviar. So a nice dollop of caviar on there, just to kind of give it a bit of class. And then I've just got some wild garlic flowers as well we'll put on. And I think that's about it. So this is my loo turbot with mussels cooked in cider, leeks, wild garlic, and a little bit of caviar to be chefy. And that is literally it.
Looks fabulous, Ben. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Putting the finishing touches to that fabulous dish that really, shows off not only very much a part of Cornwall that you're from, Lou, the fishing industry there, but also the seasons as well.
Absolutely, yeah. It's green, it's fresh, it's simple, it's tasty. Exactly what it does.
Ben, thank you so much, and thanks for telling us all about your journey on Great British Menu, what you're doing in Lou. What's next for you?
What's next? So I've got a Greek restaurant, I've got a fantastic seafood restaurant. I'm after a Cornish pub.
Wow.
That's next.
Good luck.
Cornish pub.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ben Palmer.
Let's go.
And thank you very much to all of you for being here today. That ends the demonstrations for today, but they're back again tomorrow here in the same place. Enjoy the rest of your day at Porthleven Food Festival. Thank you.